The sun is shining once again on the Hockenheim ring for round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, the 4-hour endurance race getting underway shortly. We have 24 prototype cars, a mixture of the LMP3 machinery from Ligier, Duqueine and Ginetta, along with the Nova NPO2s with various balance of performance to keep the cars competitive with one another. But in yesterday's qualifying session, it was all about the Novas, owing to the very, very challenging conditions that the drivers had to face, so much so that we had to cancel the third part of qualifying. That's left us with quite a mixed up grid, I would say, and because some teams managed to get away without running their bronze driver during qualifying. And so if you hadn't run your bronze in the first part of qualifying, when we got to Q2, when it was announced that Q3 would be cancelled, well, you were kind of in the pound seat, really. But the bronze drivers making up for it, well, the majority of them taking the start for this race. There are only going to be 2 silvers starting on the grid, which will be Jonathan Thomas on the front row of the grid in the number 5 CD Sport car, and that's largely because that's an all-silver lineup, along with Thomas Imborg in the Nova MPO2. But then also at the back of the grid, the ARC Bratislava LMP 3 car, which will be Balaz Volontaire on the back row of the grid, and I imagine they want to try and get up the order as far as possible. As you can see, Frédéric Morel starting on pole position at the grid alongside Jonathan Thomas, Mark Fagianato and Christophe Cresp. So lots of different teams represented up at the front of the field. On LMP3 pole position will be Jacek Zelonka in the number 88 Team Virage Ligier, the one that won its category in the opening race of the season in Le Castellet. And their sister car, the number 1, which was victorious overall in Portimao in the 6-hour, but they are starting right towards the rear of the field, down in 20th position. Georgios Kolovos due to start the car. We're going to wait to see if they actually do make the start, because they did not take part in qualifying at all. The championship leading entry from Team Virage, and quite a curious case of what happened with that car, because they had a spin during private practice 2 on Saturday morning, and somehow that spin hitting a curb or whatever damage was sustained to it seems to have knocked the car for 6, because they changed the starter motor thinking that might be the issue. It wouldn't start for qualifying. They've had to ship an engine over from Imola overnight, and Imola because that is where the teams are all based for this weekend, with the European Le Mans Series racing over in Italy this weekend. So they've had to bring an engine from over there, and they're going to plonk that in and hope it works. So we will hope to see Georgios Kolovos on the grid, but this could well be a pivotal moment in the championship for the number 1 crew. Their teammates, the 88, sitting 5th in the standings. So even though they both won in their category, the number 1 car had a far better result in Paul Ricard, whereas the 88 didn't score in the 6-hour in Portimao because of a contact that Jacek Zelonka had with the BHK Motorsport car in the opening stint of the race, for which the BHK car was penalised for. But sadly, it didn't do much for the 88, because they were out of the race. But look at this, cars are ready to head to the grid. You see the fast lane is now open for business. We'll start filling out this 24-car grid. So the pole position going to the number 17, Lama Racing Nova MPO2. And very much thanks to the efforts of their new driver for this weekend, Kevin Rabin, the Swiss racer in his first year of prototype racing, having started in the Prototype Winter Series. He was champion of the CN class and also did some LMP3 driving there as well. Sharing the car with Danny Bonchu and Frédéric Morel. But it will be the latter who starts for this race. As I mentioned, it's largely the bronze drivers who are taking the start for this one. Only two silvers will be on the starting grid, but we'll see their teammates out in later in the race. 4 mandatory pit stops to come, as we see the 154 Kogamo car. It's Jesse Bouhet, another car that didn't set a time in qualifying. In fact, there were 6 that didn't set a time. The number 1 Team Virage, the 72 ANS Nova, the Jesse Bouhet 154 car that we were just watching there, the ARC Bratislava entry, the Ligier, that is a fresh one for this weekend, and the 61 MG Sound Studio Ginetta, the sole Ginetta on the grid. We did have CMR here on Friday and Saturday morning testing for the next generation LMP3 Ginetta with Nico Prost, but only taking part in the practice sessions and focusing more on just getting some running under that car rather than actually racing it. But we should see them back out in Mugello in a couple of months' time after the summer break. Of course, Ginetta not the only ones working on their next generation of LMP3 machinery. We've had the Ligier JSP 325 unveiled at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Ades pulled the wraps off the AD25 as well. They're certainly hoping for this next generation car to be a bit more successful than their current car. But we do have cars making their way onto the grid now. We are set for lights out at 20 minutes past 9 local time, so in about 12 minutes time. So if you're new to the European Endurance Prototype Cup, you might well be familiar with Le Mans prototype machinery that we have in the form of LMP3, but maybe not so familiar with the Nova Proto NP02. It's the second generation of Nova's LMP3 level machine that started competition in 2022. And there has been the Nova brand, formerly the Norma Auto Concept brand, but the Nova brand created by Guillaume Roux and Camille Gatron-Santos, who's the daughter of Norma's founder, Norbert Santos. And they're a V8 engine like the LMP3 with a similar output of 460 brake horsepower. It's a 5-litre Ford engine rather than the Nissan engine in the LMP3 cars. Well, there have been some tweaks to the balance of performance for the Novas. As of this weekend, they have had a ride height adjustment of 50 millimeters, which is quite an extreme amount. And also to kind of rub salt in the wound for the Novas, when the ride height is measured in scrutineering, it must have 120 kilos added to the front axle. And so in reality, it has to be even higher. And that may sound counterintuitive, but it's to simulate the way the car acts under braking when the weight is all the way on the nose of the car. And so that replicates how it performs under braking. And then there is also a reduction in the fuel tank capacity. It is now 85 litres. 5 litres less than the LMP3 cars. So we're expecting the Novas to be able to go about 50 minutes into this race compared to the LMP3 cars, which should be able to do 55 or so. As we see cars making their way into the grid. That looked like the Kogamo car. Yes, it is. Jesse Bouhet just parking up behind Georgios Kolovos. And that Team Virage car is on the grid. So that is very good news for the number 1 crew of Georgios Kolovos and Axel Noss, who lead the LMP3 standings. Sasha Lehmann also driving the car. He wasn't with the team in Paul Ricard, so he has a slightly different championship standing, but of course will be helping Kolovos and Noss go for the title this year. Sasha Lehmann, we understand, will be taking part for the remainder of the campaign. It was Panagiotis Katsatsis who started the season in Paul Ricard, but has since been replaced by the 22-year-old Frenchman who has been prototype racing for a few years now, when making the switch over from single-seaters, starting out his career in French F4, and then coming here to the Ultimate Formula Cup Championship as well, before making his switch into prototype racing. Claire is down on the grid. She's got news for us.
I am indeed, Chris, and the sun is shining down here, which I'm sure has been very different from what we had yesterday, which was a lot of rain, and which is what Jonathan Thomas here had to qualify in, sitting second at the moment. You must be pretty impressed with that, though, in some very difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, it was very hectic. The first session especially, it was raining a lot. You had no visibility, so I decided to take it easy and just try wait for like the last lap, and we managed to do that. And then Thomas, my teammate, qualified really, really well in the second session, so yeah, we're very happy.
How are we feeling ahead of this race then? It's only 4 hours this time. Our last race was 6 hours, so you get 2 hours off at least.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's normal. Excited, nerves, the usual things, just to take it as it comes. Nothing special.
Is there anyone that you're thinking around you that could be real competition? Obviously on pole position, the Lamo racing car has looked very strong.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, the competition is fierce amongst all of us. So all of them, ANS, Lamo, Graf, I mean, everyone has got a lot of skills, so you got to look out for everyone.
Well, good luck. We'll let you get on and get ready.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. Stefan, thank you so much to Jonathan Thomas. Sorry, I'm going to walk into one of the engineers. I'm going to head down to car number 88. Follow me down here, Stefan. We're going to go speak to Jazit Zelonka, because Jazit Zelonka is leading, he's on pole position for the LMP3 category. So let's just pass Michelin. How are you doing? You good? You feeling all right? He doesn't speak a lot. Nice to see you. Let's wander down here and have a little word with Jacek, shall we? And see how he is feeling ahead of this race. He's just having a chat with his Team Virage engineers just at the moment. It sounds a little bit heated, so I wonder exactly what the conversations are. Let's speak to quickly the team manager. Is everything going all right? Are you guys all right?
I hope well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you've also got car number 1 out there at the moment. You happy about that?
Yeah, really happy. The guys did really a great job tonight, so let's see what we can do and let's enjoy it.
Do you think you can fight up quite far from where you are? Obviously championship leaders.
We'll see.
We'll see. Man, a few words. I enjoy that. I tend to just get a thumbs up from him. We're going to leave Jacek for a second because I think he's having a little chat with the team. Let's see if I can grab him. His teammate, I think, is just saying good luck and hitting him on the head. Don't do that. Don't do. Jacek, how are we doing?
Oh, hello.
You were having a big old heated conversation there. What was happening?
Okay, they wish me luck, of course, and we said what is the plan for the race? Yes.
Can you tell us? Never can tell us. Conditions.
Start, go to the front and win the race.
That's a good plan. I enjoy that. Conditions very different out there. Are you happy the sun is shining?
Yes, exactly. Yesterday was really big mess, so hopefully there will be a clean race and we'll enjoy all the grip on this fantastic track.
It is a fantastic track, isn't it? Is one of your favourites?
Yes, it is. It is now. I'm first time here, but it's amazing.
Okay, we're going to let you get on because, as you can hear, the alarm has gone off, which means I need to get off the grid as well because these cars need to all set up and get ready to go racing for 4 hours at Hockenheim.
Claire Cottingham down on the grid and will be in pit lane throughout the race as well. Yes, the sirens have gone off. We are getting ready for the formation lap. So let's run through the grid in a little bit more detail. It is Frederic Morel in the number 17 Lamo Racing Nova MPO2 that starts on pole position on the left-hand side. It's that black and red machine we could just see there. And then it's CD Sports number 5, Jonathan Thomas, the South African, the silver class driver. So watch out for him in the first stint, starting on alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then it's Mark Fagianato in the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova, and then Christoph Cresp in the number 27 MV2S Racing Nova Proto. And then it's our LMP3 pole sitter, Jacek Solonka, in the number 88 Team Virage Ligier. Alongside him on the third row of the grid is Sébastien Page in the number 8 Graf Racing car. Remy de Gouffroy standing in for Louis Rossi in that car a little bit later on. Then John Corbett in the number 7 Graf Racing Nova. Then the 777 from Lama Racing as well. Alexandre Lafourcade starting that car. Philippe Silodomo in the 28, the second of the MV2S Racing cars, starting in 9th position. Benjamin Monet rounds out the top 10 in the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. His teammate Nicolas Molini, the reigning champion in that class. Sebastian Schmidt in the number 68. High Gailey by 2T Racing Duqueine. Then Eric Troulet in the number 9 championship leading Graf Nova MP02. Then comes the number 84, Julien Lemoine. That's the ANS Motorsports Ligier, their sole Ligier amongst 3 Novas. Then the number 4, Christophe Carry, the second of the CD Sport Novas. Then Dennis Callon in the 555, Kokomo Racing Nova. Then the 57 of Stefan Rupp from Reiter Engineering. Their Ligier starting from 16th position. Nathan Kumar in the 24 TS Course Duqueine starts from 17th. Frederic Croulet in number 73. That's the ANS Motorsport Nova. Number 21 is Daniel Basora from DB Autosport. Georgios Kolovos in the LMP3 Championship leading number 1 Team Virage Ligier going from 20th. Then Philippe Mondolo in 72, another of the ANS Novas. Jesse Bouhet in the 154 Kokomo Racing Nova. And then Balaz Volunteer, the other silver class driver, starting on the grid in the ARC Bratislava Ligier, joining us for this weekend. And Andreas Fiotic in the 61 MG Sound Studio Ginetta rounds out the 24 car field. We have a complete field. We haven't lost any, thankfully, since qualifying. That was a concern amongst the teams who didn't manage to get a time in qualifying, of which there were 6, as we were talking about earlier. But we are about to go racing for 4 hours in Hockenheim in the 3rd round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup Championship. Claire Cottingham has made her way back from pit lane, so she'll be alongside me for the start of the race. But it'll be Frederic Morel on the left-hand side of the grid as we will look at it, alongside Jonathan Thomas. It will be Lama Racing against CD Sport on the front row of the grid as the cars round the final corner. And we have lights out for 4 hours of racing in Hockenheim. The 2 leaders side by side into the Nord curve for the first time of asking. Looks like Frederic Morel will just hang on to the lead on the inside from pole position. But the 2 Novas leading the rest of the field. But Jonathan Thomas has been able to find the inside on the way into turn 2. And the number 5 CD Sports car should claim the lead when they head out onto the Parabolica for the first time. And the South African is ahead. And the pole sitter coming also under pressure now from Mark Fagianato as well in the ANS Motorsports car. But Jonathan Thomas is also feeling the pressure. We're going to go 3 wide on the way into the hairpin for the first time. The CD Sport car on the inside. Jacek Solonka getting right up there on the inside as well, and is about to take 3rd position overall in the first of the LMP3 cars. One of the cars going well wide on the exit of the hairpin at the first time of asking. I think that might have been the MV2S racing car of Christophe Cresp. And through into the lead is the ANS car as well. So Mark Fagianato hits the front. No, he doesn't. Sorry, it's the pole sitter, Frederic Morel, who's reclaimed the lead on the exit of the hairpin by the looks of it. Excuse me. And Jacek Solonka didn't quite manage to grab 3rd place there in the Team Virage Ligier. Claire, very dicey start to this race.
Yeah, brilliant start, wasn't it? I'm very interested to see what happens for this battle for 1st and 2nd. When we spoke to Jonathan Thomas on the grid, he looked very focused and ready for this race. And we've got a problem here for car number 7. It looks like they've got a puncture in the, it might be engine related actually. Can't quite see if it's a puncture or engine, but there's smoke billowing out the back of car number 7 there.
Yeah, it's John Corbett in the Graf Racing Nova, the car that was second in the MPO2 standings going into this weekend. So a bit of a disaster there for the number 7 Graf Racing crews. At the end of the first lap, Frédéric Morel, our pole sitter, leads by just 0.2 of a second to Jonathan Thomas, who again is trying down the inside into turn number 2 to try and reclaim the lead. He should have a better line through 3 and 4 here. That will set him up nicely down the parabolica and on the run into the hairpin. And now that one car's lost the, well, has it just lost the rubber itself, or has it lost the whole wheel?
That's the whole wheel.
Because it was going very slowly, and that's the number 28 MV2S Racing car.
And it's just stopped now, that wheel. It might be the, like you say, it might just be the...
It might just be the rubber itself if he had a puncture. But it's Philippe Simodomo. Yes, we can see it has still got a wheel on there, so it was just a puncture. It's lost the whole bit of rubber there, which is well, a clean break. It's not going to do any damage to the bodywork at the very least. This is the number 7 Graf car that's made its way back into pit lane.
So it doesn't have a puncture.
So maybe it's not a puncture. Perhaps it was bodywork rubbing up against the tyre. Maybe that was the fresh tyre they just put on, because that's definitely a right rear puncture for John Corbett. And then this was the MV2S Racing car, also with a right rear puncture, and that tyre making a bid for freedom. But we're back with the leaders, as Jacek Zielonka there in the 88 has been passed by the looks of it by the number 8 car. Oh, sorry, the number 9. So Eric Trulé in the Graf Racing car, the championship leading car. That started
back.
That started in 12th position.
Yes.
So wow, Eric Trulé has made up 8 positions in the first couple of laps. That's a cracking start to the race there for the number 9 crew. Eric Trulé, I mean, a hugely experienced racer, the 56-year-old Frenchman, having started his racing career out in the Peugeot Spider Cup back in 2009.
Incredible stuff. It's been a really strong start to this this race, isn't it? I think the weather also has really helped with the qualifying session they had yesterday, where you can't really go full throttle in the same sort of way, and now they're all able to stretch their legs a little bit now around this beautiful track and able to get going again. But 2 punctures in the space of 5 minutes is quite impressive.
John Corbett heading back out onto the track now. We haven't seen Philippe Simodomo make it back to pit lane yet, the other car that picked up a right rear puncture. But John Corbett on his way. The MV2S racing car has just hit pit lane now. We can see on the timing screen. But John Corbett joining the track dead last, sadly.
Must have picked up that puncture quite early on the lap and had to limp it round. So I couldn't quite see where we lost that tyre.
Yeah, and well, of course, now he's going to have to go for another 50 minutes or so before coming back into the pits for a fuel stop. Jonathan Thomas stretching his lead up at the front of the field. So there has been a lead change while we were looking at all that. The South African has been able to get past Mark Fagianato and has pulled out 2.6 seconds over the rest of the field. So actually, Frédéric Morel falling down to 3rd position, our pole-sitting car. So yeah, Mark Fagianato in the ANS Nova has put himself up into 2nd position overall, with Eric Trulé only 0.6 of a second behind Morel for what is provisionally the last spot on the podium, as the Hallyday number 68 car is making its way through. Sebastian Schmidt there just getting past Daniel Bassora for 20th position overall, I believe that is. And the 68 joining us for this weekend, Sebastian Schmidt, a racer in the Porsche Cup Swiss Championship, as well as hill climbs, racing on his home circuit. Will be sharing the car with Marcel Usenbruer and Dominic Schrammel later on. This is the number 4 CD Sport car. It's Christophe Carrier. I was just defending from Nicolas Chartier in the Reiter Engineering Ligier, and then they have the Duqueine just behind them as well. ARC Bratislava, Ballas Volontaire making up great progress as well. So We said he was the other silver driver starting this race in the number 6 Ligier. So he started from 23rd. He is now 14th. And it looks like he'll be getting his driving time done quite early on. MV2S racing car number 28 going defensive.
All this as well.
And that's the car that's a lap down. Sorry. Whoa! And look at this, 3 wide on the way through, and the ARC Bratislava car that is taking full advantage of that.
I was just about to mention Christoph Crisp as well, saying that Crisp had a great qualifying session his teammate had yesterday, and he had dropped back 2 places and then managed to slot past 2 cars there and managed to make his way up 2 positions. And I was literally just about to say, I think he's had a bit of a bad start, so he must have heard me before I even said it. But his teammate yesterday, Pierre-Alexander Provost, was very happy with his qualifying position, as he gets a bit out of shape there. Which car is going a little bit slow then?
Course car, I believe that was, which is Nathan Kumar at the wheel. But yes, Christoph Cresp on a high after winning the Road to Le Mans a few weeks ago for MV2S Racing alongside Maximus Meyer, in a rather sensational from a spin to a win moment where he had contact on the first lap, spun the car around, ended up winning it. Rather sensational. You do get some mad races at Le Mans in the LMP3 machinery. Of course, many of these drivers also taking part in Michelin Le Mans Cup this season in LMP3 machinery. This championship also a great starting ground for prototype racing. I mean, the 88 Team Virage car, all 3 of their drivers in their first year of LMP3 racing, and could well be moving higher up the ladder in the years to come. But the 28 car there, Philip Simodomo, so that car is a lap down and in amongst the traffic, and he's got the TS Course car just behind him on the road, but Nathan Kumar 14th in the standings, with Frederic Krulet just behind him in 73. That's the green trimmed of the ANS cars, all running that similar black, red and white on there. But we see Nathan Kumar there does managed to get ahead of the MV2S car into the hairpin. And this is the problem you have when you end up a lap down. You can't even fight your way through the order because you're getting out of everyone's way all the time because you're getting blue flags.
Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? A driver, or a team I should just highlight here, is the number 1 car. Georgios Kolovas has started 20th on the grid and has made their way up to 11th after not taking part in qualifying yesterday. So pretty impressive stuff from the Virage team, and Georgios at the wheel as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were expecting, not only because some cars were out of position, but because the wet weather we had yesterday gave such an advantage to the Novas, which are significantly lighter than their LMP3 counterparts. It just makes them so handy in the miserable conditions we did have yesterday. It was just mist and headlights. It's all we could see yesterday. And so we are expecting the LMP3 machinery to start pushing through the order. Pushing through the order at the moment, though, Jonathan Thomas, who's just done the fastest lap of the race at 1:37.015. His lead now 8.8 seconds over Mark Fagianato.
Pretty impressive at the front. Like we said, we spoke to him on the grid, and he was very calm and collected, as they always are. I always speak to drivers on the grid, and I always think one of them one day is going to tell me they're really nervous, but they never are. I think I had it once where I can't remember who it was. Actually, it could have been last time in Portimao. I can't remember who I was speaking to, and one of the drivers said, "No, I'm actually feeling a bit nervous," and I think they went on to win it. I was like, well, those nerves went pretty quickly, didn't they? So yeah, interesting. Go on.
This is Georgios Kolovas in the middle of that 3-car pack there. So he's looking at the back of Alexandre Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo Racing Nova, and he's also got the ARC Bratislava car, so Balaz Volontaire just behind him as well. So he's looking ahead while having to think about what's behind him as well. One would anticipate the ARC Bratislava car to make its way through because they've got their quick driver the wheel of the car at the moment.
What's important to say about car number 1, it was nothing to do with the rain yesterday. They had some sort of issue and the whole car was being pulled apart from the front, the back, everything. The Team Virage team worked incredibly hard to get that ready for racing today. When I popped down there and spoke to the team manager, I said, oh, what's going on here? Obviously they don't tell you. And he said, it will be better for tomorrow. We will be racing. And I looked at the car and I kid you not, it was in thousands of pieces with 4 different mechanics around it, putting it back together. So the Team Virage team have done an incredible job to get that back racing, and obviously in good shape as well to fight the pack.
Julien Lemoine in the 84 ANS Motorsport cars just made his way up into 4th position ahead of Jacek Zielonka. That's for the LMP3 lead. So ANS moving ahead of Team Virage there for the lead in their class at 4th position overall. And the battle we were watching that was for 10th position. Here it is. And again, we might have a 3-wide moment into the hairpin as both the LMP3 Ligiers trying to round up the Lamo Racing 777 car. And it was Georgios Kolovos who did make his way through into 10th position. Balazs Volontaire has to sit behind the Frenchman for a few more corners before he can try and make his way through.
I'm not sure if they didn't touch then. That looked ever so
It
close,
was
from,
close,
from where we saw. And also just seeing car number 6 as well, just kind of the back end went a little bit, which suggests that maybe even just the slightest nudge, but they seem okay at the moment. They're pretty robust out there.
Oh, a lock up though for the Lamo Racing car. And there's not really much overtaking through this stadium section, but the hungry Hungarian behind him will be smelling blood, I'm sure. Balazs Volontaire getting some of that racing rust off at the moment because he hasn't raced in nearly 2 years. He last tested with the ARC Bratislava team back in September of 2022 in an LMP3 car. He's also never been to Hockenheim before, but very experienced in single-seaters in the Hungarian Formula Renault Championship, the Formula Car Championship, and the Central European Zone series as well. But now trying to make this move on Alexandre Lafourcade for 11th position. Very different straight line speed performances between the Novas and the LMP3 cars. And the Bratislava car on the inside down towards turn number 6. And that is 10th position, or 11th position now, sorry, for Alexandre Lafourcade, as Julien Lemoine has also now made his way onto the overall podium as well in the ANS Motorsport car. So Julien Lemoine going well in the early stages of this race further up the field.
You could see the speed difference between them, couldn't you, that you were explaining earlier? How the Novas are not just, because they're so light, they're not just quite as quick as the LMP3 cars, and you could see it on track then as car 777 had no defense really around there.
It's a similar power output between the two cars, but we do often see the LMP3 cars slightly quicker in a straight line in comparison to the Novas. And I do wonder how that will change when we go to the new Toyota-based Orica-built 3.5-litre twin-turbo V6 engine in the LMP3 category in the years to come. So we'll certainly see that engine out in other LMP3 categories. We might well be sticking with the current generation of cars in the Ultimate Cup for another while longer. Another fastest lap of the race from race leader Jonathan Thomas, 1:37.007, now 13.9 seconds clear of Mark Fagianato, who has a 6.5 second lead to Julien Lemoine. In third position, our LMP3 race leader. The third in MPO2, splitting the LMP3 leaders as it stands. Coming up to 17 minutes into this race, so we're approaching halfway in terms of the stint times. We're expecting about 50 minutes for the Novas and around 55 for the LMP3 cars. It is 4 mandatory pit stops that have to be completed by the drivers, although we may well see more depending on if we have any safety cars out. So 3 hours and 43 left on the clock. Jonathan Thomas continues to lead. Delighted to say that in the commentary box we have our reigning champion George King here with us for a little bit. George, how are we going?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, it's all going very well, thank you very much. You're here this weekend with the TS Course team. It's been slightly different to what we saw you in Portimao with, but how's it going out there?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, this year I'm just jumping around teams at the moment because I couldn't get a full season lined up, unfortunately. So last round I was with Graf, and this time I'm in the Duqueine with TS Corsa.
Yeah, and sharing the car with Nathan, who, let's see where he's at the moment. So he is 14th at the moment. Is that where you expected to be, or you thought you'd be higher up?
I thought we'd be higher. I mean, I think everyone struggled in the conditions yesterday, the qualifying. I mean, it was torrential rain. And the first session that Nathan was in, I mean, there was red flag after red flag. Whoever got a lap in first was really lucky. So he was unfortunate, and then I was in the second qualifying and done as well as I could. But the Novas are flying in the wet conditions, way superior over the LMP3 in wet. But now that it's dry, I'm hoping we can claw back some positions.
Yeah, we were seeing, I mean, it was Nova's left, right and centre, really, wasn't it? And even the top 4 on the final grid, all Novas, because they're a bit lighter than the LMP3 cars, aren't they? So
yeah.
That's where they get their speed from.
Yeah, massively. I mean, they're lighter, and then the exits, they're superior. I mean, we're wet. We have TC, but the exits of some of the corners in the wets, the Novas can just breeze away from us. It's quite hard watching them pull away from you at the exits.
Yeah. I think because we had Q3 cancelled as well, I think some of the teams might have got a little bit lucky if they managed to get away without running one of their bronze drivers. And so I think we ended up with a slightly mixed up grid because of that.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of overtakes now because of it. Now it's dry, a lot of Novas are in front, and you can see some of the P3s are starting to chip away. Hopefully we are as well. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race because it was a interesting quali.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say the LMP3 cars are coming through. Our current LMP3 leader, Julien Lemoine, started in 13th position and is now up to 3rd. So, yeah, they are absolutely flying through the field at the moment. Here is that number 84 ANS Motorsport car that is leading in LMP3, 3rd overall as it stands. Yeah, George, tell us about Portimao as well when you were with Graf, because that was a momentous race for the Ultimate Cup, longest race we'd ever been able to put on, the 6 hour, and memorable for maybe slightly different reasons than we would have hoped, with quite a nasty shunt out there. But how did it go for you?
For me, it was really good. I mean, I was sharing the car with Samir Ben, who does Le Mans Cup with T2 Racing, and Howard Luo, who does a lot of Super Trofeo, bronze driver. So it was the first part of the week was trying to get Howard up to speed in Portimao because it's such a challenging track. You know, it's like a roller coaster. And then Samir came along and was helping with setup and whatnot. Qualifying again wasn't too great, but I was starting the race and trying to pick my way up. Got up to the top 10, and then the race kind of just unravelled from there. Not in a good way, but you know, it is what it is. No,
it is what it is. It certainly is, especially in endurance racing. Yeah. It must be so hard to try and maintain that good rhythm because, I mean, well, an example I'm sure many people will know about, the Ferrari at the Spa 24 Hours just a few weeks ago did absolutely nothing wrong, but I just came a cropper because they happened to be in the pit lane when a Lamborghini was breaking down right in front of them.
Yeah, you need a lot of strategy. I mean, the drivers and the team, obviously, the team do a massive percentage of the work with the strategy and making the car run. Drivers have to be quick, but you definitely need some luck to win an endurance race for sure.
Yeah, you certainly do. Tell us about this circuit. I'm sure you must have driven here quite a fair bit.
I raced here last year. Was the first time I ever raced here with Viraj, who I won the championship with. And then this is my second time here. Obviously, different car, mixed conditions.
Yeah.
XF1 track. I really like the track. It's quite challenging, super fast. I mean, there's not much else to really say about it, I suppose. But I like the track. It can a 2-hour stint is quite challenging around here, I feel.
Quite technical, I think, as well, because when you think about from turn 2 all the way up to basically the stadium section, it's all about traction zones and on the brakes and making sure you're good through those slower corners.
I mean, Sector 1 is basically all just straight line. You only have one real braking zone into turn 2 and turn 1. Sector 2 is just very tricky. You've just got to get your markers right, hit apexes to keep it clean, and you'll have time. And then Sector 3 is the tricky one. You turn 12, you're next to concrete walls. It's very hard to get a marker. It's a quick brake and a down change into a very quick right-hander into the stadium complex. And then after that, it's again just trying to find your markers and not overdo it, because turn 13, if you overdo it a bit, might lock a rear, and then there's gravel right on the exit and the wall's not too far away, so you can ruin a race quite easily if you push it too hard.
Yeah. Did you do many laps here on the sim before you came out here for the first time?
For the first time, yeah, I've done hours and hours on the simulator. And then before I came here for this race, I was just watching my old race on boards.
Okay.
Just studying, literally every time I got in bed before night time, I was watching hours and hours of it.
Because a lot of people will know that you're a sim racing convert, and you started sim racing, like many of us, I think, during lockdown in 2020.
Yeah, so I got a simulator just before lockdown, luckily, otherwise I would have been bored.
See, I got mine in the first week of lockdown when everyone else did, so it took a little bit longer to arrive.
So yeah, I was doing sim racing, nothing competitively, just got an iRacing account and was racing the F3 on there, doing pretty well, was winning some races. And I thought, why not have a crack, get my license when I can. Started off in the old trusty Mazda MX-5s in the UK, which I think you commentated over one of my races.
Yes, I think we did cross paths at one point without knowing we'd crossed paths, because I remember doing my research for this. That name sounds a bit familiar.
Yeah. So I done a year in Mazda MX-5 in the UK, and then I done a winter season in Radical SR3 in Dubai in the Gulf Radical Cup. I won that championship. And then I've been racing around Europe for the last couple of years, trying to make the dream work. Done the LMP4 for the last 2 years. Came third the first year, vice champ last year, and then last year was when I took a step up into LMP3 in the Ultimate Cup with Team Viraj and won the championship, thankfully.
So it is both Ligier-based cars that you the JSP4 in the Ligier European Series, and then taking the step up into the JSP 320. How different are those two cars, bearing in mind they're from the same manufacturer?
I mean, the tub is exactly the same as the P3, so like the space that you have inside the cockpit in the JSP4 is the same as the LMP3. It's obviously the difference in aero is huge. In the JSP4 you don't really have a movable wing, it's a fixed wing with a little gurney flap. The only real changes you can do is like mechanical changes like camber, dampers, etc. Obviously power was a lot less than the LMP3. It's just everything's just a step down, really. Okay. Compared.
Yeah. Harder to drive? Easier to drive?
It's very tricky. It punishes you if you overdrive it. It's very oversteery, to put simply. It teaches you the fundamentals of driving very, very well in terms of your brake shapes, your throttle application with traction, and then what you learn in the P4, you'll exceed in the LMP3. It really, really helps for sure.
So a really good place to start and to
build
learn.
Your foundations.
Yeah, because if we were being finicky, we'd say your prototype racing started with the Gulf Radical Cup, but the more traditional, I think, prototype racing would be starting with the JSP4.
Yeah, I mean the Radicals teach you all the fundamentals for sure, because they're slicks and wings car, but I mean, the Ligier is part of the endurance ladder. Radical is like sprint races, really, whereas the P4 is like an hour-long race, 2 drivers. Get your mind into gear of fuel saving, tyre saving, bit more strategy, driver change. The list goes on, but yeah, it's a good stepping stone.
And it must be, it must feel so different when you've been racing MX-5s for 3 years, especially on what is it? It was Nankang tyres for a
Yeah.
while in the 750 Motor Club series. I
Yeah,
think.
now
I
we're
can't
on
remember if they
Misamos.
still use. Oh, yes,
on
the
Misamos,
Misamos.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's weird. I still jump back into the Mazda every now and then.
Oh, really?
And like the difference is ridiculous, like driving a boat. I'm
Plus
so
just,
used to pressing like
float
100.
around
Yeah, I'm
so
so
much.
used to putting like 100 bar of pressure through the brakes and not having anything lock. But as soon as I jump back in the Mazda, it's like a road car. You put like you lean your toe on the brake and then you can lock the lock the brakes.
A bit of news from Race Control. Car number 61 picking up a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. So I don't think we saw the incident itself. It's the MG Sound Studio Ginetta, which is Andreas Fiotek currently at the wheel of the car. Maybe that is the reason we saw either the MV2S or the Graf Racing car picking up right rear punctures in the earlier stages of the race, but maybe we'll get news on that a little bit later on. So George, just coming back to you, one thing I also read about you as well is you're always wearing a St. Christopher necklace as well when you go racing. You have it on at the moment?
Yeah, I have it on at the moment. It's my dad's old one, funny enough.
Yeah.
And then I think I just found it in a drawer somewhere, and since I started racing, I always wear it. When I travel, I wear it, and then I don't really get into a race car without wearing it. It's kind of like your lucky pair of underpants, I suppose.
It's better than having the lucky pair of underpants, I think, because when I read David Coulthard's book, he talked about how he kept his for years and years throughout his teenage years, and obviously they got, less comfortable as the years went on. And then when he had a particularly nasty crash in, I think it was a Formula 3 race or something, and they tore his suit open, and he was horrified that the marshals were seeing the state of what was underneath. So, a necklace probably a safer way to go, I think.
Yeah, it's got a blood type on it, so if I do unfortunately have a crash, fingers crossed I don't, touch wood, then they know what
so there's something here that's wood. Your dad races as well, doesn't it?
He used to years and years ago. He done, I think it was the old British F3, when they still had different, like, they were racing different chassis in it. He done it for a bit more fun. He done it for a few years, and then my brother was born, so I blame him for my dad not becoming an F1 driver, pretty much.
That's fair enough. Just see what's happening out on track here. The number 8 Graf Racing Nova coming under pressure from Georgios Kolovos. That number 1 Team Virage car still on the recovery from 20th on the grid, but up into 9th position and 3rd of the LMP3 cars. But that might not be for so long because the ARC Bratislava car is challenging Kolovos for that podium position in LMP3 as it stands down towards the hairpin at turn 6. We're going to go side by side here. The ARC car on the inside. Kolovos is standing his ground here. The Hungarian up against the Greek driver. It's also silver versus bronze. Side by side into 7. That's brave indeed from Kolovos to try and hang that out around the outside. Gets back on the inside on the brakes. He's going to run the Hungarian out of the road on the exit of turn number 8. That's quite aggressive stuff we've just seen there.
I mean, it's aggressive, but I mean, he had every right to. I mean, he had the inside corner. I mean, he almost touching the wall there. He's pushing hard, and I know Georgios quite well. He's a very good bronze driver, so he knows what he's doing behind the wheel. And
this is what we said when we talk about pro-am racing, or having bronze drivers in there, and it can feel quite amateur, but these guys are operating at a very professional level.
Yeah, I mean, obviously some of the levels are like some of the bronzes are super quick, some of the bronzes can be quite slow. And then when you chuck a silver into a mix with a group of bronzes, obviously it can get quite interesting, because some of the bronzes can get their elbows out very well and make it very hard for the silver to get past, as we see.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember we've seen quite a few rapid bronze drivers in the LMP3 cars in years gone by. Here's a replay of that moment with Georgios Kolovos saying "down boy" to Balázs Volontaire in the ARC Bratislava car, the Slovakian entry that's joining us for this weekend, and it's gapped out a little bit now, about 1.5 seconds, so being under threat for that podium position in class. He is now looking a lot more comfortable and focusing more now on Sebastian Page in front of him. We've got yellow flags out at turn number 12. Nothing on the track map to suggest that a car is stopped there. So hopefully we will see what is happening. But this number 1 car, the championship leading car in LMP3, that spin that caused some kind of mechanical issue that we never really got to the bottom of. Ferrari's really holding their cards close to their chest, but the engine changed this morning, and the engine that they shipped out from Imola overnight seems to have done the trick to get that car back running again. John Corbett back into pit lane in the number 7 Graf Racing Nova as well. So remember, this is the car that picked up a right rear puncture very early in the race, and it looks like it's coming in for yet more checks, sadly, because this is very much out of sequence, given he only came into the pits 25 minutes ago.
I might head off quickly just in case if
yeah,
the
sure,
safety car comes in
you,
and they need me.
you do your thing, man. Your job is much more important than mine. But thank you for coming in and having a chat to us.
If I get some more time, I'll for sure come back.
Please do. Yes, you're always welcome here. Thank you very much for coming, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
So, George King joining us in commentary, and we do have a safety car. So George has definitely made the right call to head back into pit lane there. We do have a safety car out, and it seems like whatever the incident down at turn 12 was, and I was just thinking, well, we've had a flurry of cars come into pit lane. We've had Jacek Zalonka, Eric Trulé, Christoph Kreft, Georgios Kolovas, Benjamin Monet, Dennis Callon, and Alexandre Lafourcade have all headed into pit lane and crucially made it in before the pit entry was closed, because that is what happens under safety car conditions. You are not allowed to come into the pits. But they've managed to make it in before the pit lane was closed. So while we're under safety car conditions, Claire Cottingham has got news from the pit lane about the number 7 car.
I do indeed. James Winslow's alongside me. Very frustrated there. I heard a few words. I'm glad the mic wasn't picking up. Just talk us through what's going on.
I've lost track a touch, to be honest. I'm not sure if John got hit or spun on the second lap, the second corner of the first lap. So we went a lap down straight away, changed the tyre, we had a puncture, and now John got some good pace whilst he's out there. I think we just had another little incident then, and now the front, maybe there's some damage on the front clip. So yeah, it's not going very well at the moment.
It is a frustrating way to start the race. How do you come back from something like this?
It's a long race, but we just need no more incidents. That's why, yeah, we just need to have no more mistakes. We're second in the championship, and we're doing really well, and so far the race has gone absolutely not very well at all. So yeah, I'm a bit disappointed at the moment, but there's still 3 hours to try and make some magic happen.
Is it hard as well when you're watching your teammate kind of struggling from maybe no fault of his own and kind of wanting to get back out there now and kind of see what you can do?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a tricky one because this event clashes with some other races. So some of the team members are different and stuff. So there's new people to work with and new mistakes. So yeah, it's very frustrating, to be honest. But let's hope we can get ourselves back into it.
Okay, well, good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully we'll be speaking to you on a podium or something and you pull it through.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
James Winslow and John Corbett not having the best of starts to the race here today, but the safety car might well bring them back into play. Right, so we did have a few cars manage to hit pit lane before the pit lane was closed, and should be heading back out onto track shortly. So it's the 61 car that has been picked up, with a few cars between the safety car and our race leader, which is the the number 5 car. Especially I can see Mark Fagianato in that queue, but I don't see Jonathan Thomas. Ah, yeah, because Jonathan Thomas is way up the road. So we might need a pass around here to get the order back up again, because the safety car hasn't actually picked up the race leader. But for what it's worth at the moment, Jonathan Thomas, his advantage has been eradicated over Mark Fagianato, or well, it should be. Yes, because Jonathan Thomas is slowing down here to try and join the safety car queue. So let's the safety car go through, and then we'll be at the head of the field. But we'll still have a few cars between a few lapped cars between himself and Mark Fagianato. And no, still just trying to make out which car it actually is at turn 12. That has, and I think we're about to see, it's the Reiter Engineering number 57 car, Stéphane Rupp. Nicolas Chartier, apologies, who has gone into the gravel at turn number 12. Pit entry has now been opened as the safety car queue has been formed. And Claire has got more news for us down in pit lane.
Nas from the Team Virage team. Now, yesterday qualifying didn't quite go well for you guys. You didn't really get out there at all. You have managed, though, to fight your way through to get to a better position today. Can you just talk us through what happened yesterday and overnight as well? Because I think we heard there was an engine change.
Yeah, like basically yesterday in the practice we got a mechanical issue and we thought it was a small problem, but in the end it ended up getting much bigger than we thought, and the mechanics been working since 10 a.m. yesterday until 3 a.m. in the night this morning to get it fixed up. And yeah, we had to borrow an engine, swap it over, and it finally worked this morning. And I'm very relieved and happy that we are able to do the race, even if we didn't do quali. Quali was a mess apparently with so much water, as we saw. And George is doing a superb job in his first stint, and we just have to stay in our lines, keep working hard, and hope to do a clean race like in Portimao, and hope to stay up top every single weekend. So coming from a bad quali, unfortunately, it would be superb to do a nice job in the race. So I don't want to jinx myself, but I hope we can do a great work today.
Was there a point yesterday when you thought actually you might not be able to get racing today?
Yes, absolutely. We thought we would make it to quali, and then a new problem appeared, and then they were like, we're not very optimistic about making it to the race, and there is when you get a bit pressured because you only have 14, 16 hours to get the car fixed, and the mechanical crew made a top job and got it all fixed, and they've been working for 16, 18, 20 hours, I don't know, but I think the only proper way to thank them is to bring back the car home and to have a great result. So that's the main mission.
You must be itching to get out there now, not getting any action in qualifying and now going straight into racing mode. Are you a bit concerned that you haven't been able to go out there for quali?
Not really. It's two different worlds, per se. You can be very fast in quali and then arrive in the race and not have the pace you expect to have, even if you got a good quali. So it's two different worlds, and one was wet, today is fully dry. So yeah, I'm really excited to get into the car again and do a great job and bring it back home safe there. That's the main target today.
That is the main thing. Axel, thank you so much for explaining that. We were so worried about what was going on yesterday, so it's great to know exactly what's going on, and congratulations to your team for getting it back out there.
Yeah, they're the main heroes of this weekend. Now we just got to finish the good work. This is the only target.
I'll let you carry on going to watch. I can see you're itching to go and see what's going on. So Axel, good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you guys.
Axel Noss, the 21-year-old Swiss-French racer, very relieved to be in this race at all by the sounds of it. And Georgios Kolovos is indeed doing a fantastic job. We saw him getting his elbows out earlier in the race. But as we are under safety car conditions, we'll just run through the order because we've had some pit stops, including our race leader. So it is Frédéric Morel who has come out on top as it stands in the number 17 Lamo Racing Nova, the car that started on pole position, remember. Then it is the number 8 Graf Racing Nova of Sebastian Page, and our LMP3 race leader, which is now the ARC Bratislava car of Balaz Volontaire, with Nathan Kumar in the 24 TS Corsa Duqueine just behind him on the road. Jesse Bouhet has just been into pits in the 154 car. But then Christophe Carrier in the number 4 CD Sports car, then Sebastian Schmidt. Jonathan Thomas, who was the race leader, is currently saying 8th position, but after that it does get a bit more complicated in terms of when people have come in, so we'll get another update on that in a lap's time. I can tell you that cars that did manage to serve one of their 4 mandatory stops before the safety car came out is the number 9 Graf Racing Nova of Eric Trulé, Jacek Zelonka's Team Virage Ligier, Georgios Kalovis's number 1 Team Virage Ligier, and there were 2 others, Philippe Mondelow's number 72 ANS Motorsport car, and then Denise Callon's 555 Kogamo Racing car, along with Benjamin Monet in the 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova as well. Right, the Reiter Engineering car back out on track. It's been pulled out of the gravel and it's depositing all that gravel over the circuit now instead. So there might be a bit less grip between the apexes of, oh, look at that, it's a gravel shower. A bit less grip in the pit lane entry and, and the run between the last 2 corners there. Yeah, the 57, Nicolas Chartier into pit lane. He is now, unsurprisingly, running dead last. 5 laps down on the overall order because he spent a fair bit of time in that gravel trap and getting pulled out of it at turn number 12, which has definitely been the action spot for incidents so far this weekend. Not just in the soaking wet conditions that we saw yesterday, which was very much the wettest part of the track, but also in the dry as well, heading into the stadium section. Christophe Carrier and Sebastian Schmidt have also come into pit lane as well. So actually the lead car in the queue is Philippe Mondelow's 72 ANS Motorsport car in 18th position. So that does mean he's effectively 2.5 minutes behind Andreas Fiotic in the car ahead of him in the 61 Ginetta. Coming up to 44 minutes into round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And you may well be seeing the pole-sitting car up at the head of the field, but that does not begin to tell the story of this race at all. The Sebastian Page, the number 8 car that started in 6th position. We were talking about they have a stand-in driver, Rémi de Gouffroy, the 28-year-old Frenchman who's standing in for the injured Louis Rossi after his crash at the road to Le Mans. The former motorcycle racer who hit the barriers at Arnage at 280 kilometers an hour during the opening race of the Road to Le Mans weekend. So we wish him well in his recovery and all the best to Rémi de Gouffroy in his stead. And it looks like Claire has got more news for us down in pit lane.
Yeah, come down to car number 57, which is just behind us, going to make a very loud noise as it goes. We'll let your teammate leave first, Stephen Rupp, alongside me. Stephen, just talk us through what happened out there.
I think I had the car behind and was focused too much on that and missed the corner and went straight into the gravel. But nothing happened to him. It just took quite a while to take the car out of the gravel and should be all right again.
A bit frustrating, obviously, but we've still got a long It's a bit frustrating, but we've still got a long race to go.
Still, it's very hard to keep up with 6 more laps we lost, but we continue. It's a nice race and many things can happen.
Are you looking forward to getting out there?
Absolutely.
It's a nice track, isn't it? Have you been enjoying it?
Love it, and a beautiful day.
Exactly. Well, we'll let you get off and see what's going on and where you too. Thanks so much. Yeah,
we're back under green flag conditions now in this race, and It's a flurry, but we've lost the ARC Bratislava car under braking for the hairpin, and it's collected the number 9 Graf Racing car and the number 72 ANS Motorsports car as well. And you know that saying that safety cars breed safety cars? Well, we might well need another one here, because the ARC Bratislava car of Ballas Volontaire, that was the LMP3 leader running 3rd overall, has run into the side of not only the Graf Racing but also the ANS Motorsports car. So Volontaire has got the car trundling along again, but it looks like we've got 2 stranded in the runoff area down at turn 6. Maybe just the one. I think the number 9 car did manage to get away. And of course, the number 9 car, that is Eric Trulé, that is leading the MPO2 standings going into this weekend. Also caught up in that was the 777 Lamo racing car as well. And wow, bouncing over the curbs there, Georgios Kalovos in his pursuit of Nathan Kumar, who dives for pit lane. And what is happening with the racing spirit of Le Mans car? He's decided, I want to pit, no I don't, and now he's spun on the pit lane entry. So a miraculous moment there for the Benjamin Monet racing spirit of Le Mans Nova. I've never seen anything quite like that. He did a Lewis Hamilton, but less gracefully. Remember back in 2018, he decided, I'm coming in, no, I'm staying out, no, I'm coming in, oh, I'm going to stay out. Except, yeah, this time it ended up with the car facing the wrong way in the middle of the pit lane entry. And we do have a safety car out, and the pit entry was closed. And so I think Benjamin Monet there is going to end up picking up a penalty for that, because he was on his way to the pits and he had no choice but to enter it after the pit entry was closed. So yeah, that will probably be a penalty, I'd have thought. Slow moving 88 car there as well. My goodness, it's all kicked off on that safety car restart. It's of no concern to the overall race leader. And you see the car's taking a wide line. They're trying to avoid the debris down at turn number 6. But the 72 stranded. Philippe Mondolo in the ANS Motorsport Nova. That's now running 22nd and may well be our first official retirement of this race. We did still have 24 cars running, a few of them, you know, a couple of laps down owing to earlier incidents, but still running. But it looks like Mondolo will be the first casualty of this race. Right, this is before all that happened. Georgios Kalovos bouncing over the curbs. Look at that, so he's had to cut the apex of the left-hander and then bounced over the curbs on the right whilst battling with Nathan Kumar's TS Course Duqueine. And then Benjamin Monet was the car that tried to come into pit lane, changed his mind again. And look, yeah, a lot of bodywork damage there on the rear of that ARC Bratislava Ligier. And obviously they were hoping that they could climb up through the order. So this is again what happened to Benjamin Monet. He was going for it. I wonder, did he have a swapper in the middle of the pit lane, or did he actually change his mind? Because he suddenly jinxed left again and ends up on the grass, because there's not a lot of asphalt there. Obviously lights up the rear Michelins. Yes, so the number 9 car is down there. It was out of shot. So that means that our championship leading MPO2 car is out of this race. So massive moment in terms of the MPO2 standings, because we had troubles for number 7 John Corbett. So the top 2 in MPO2 have had issues in this race. And I'm sure Jesse Bouhay, who is currently 3rd of the MPO2 runners, but also 4th in the MPO2 standings going into this weekend, is rubbing his hands together now in that 154 Kokomo Racing Proto 02. But yeah, it looks like we're going to have 2 official retirements now from this race. And the championship is turned very much on its head, all because of that moment from the ARC Bratislava car that has been pushed into its garage now. It looks like that is going to be out of the race as well, so we might have lost 3 in one fell swoop. All right, bit of confusion here with the safety cars. They're trying to pick up the leaders, and some cars trying to find their correct position as well by the looks of it. Well, it's been a very dramatic first hour of this race, and we haven't actually reached the end of the first hour yet. Right, diving into pit lane, I think that was Georgios Kolovos in the number 1 Team Virage Grav Racing car. The pit lane entry has been opened, and so they are able to make their stops now. And it is still Frederic Morel who leads in the pole-sitting Lamo Racing cars. We see the ANS car getting pulled behind the barriers there. Second is Mark Fagianato in the 71 ANS Motorsport car. Then Jesse Bouhet in the 154 Kogumo Nova. Then Sebastian Page, who is really Graf Racing's last hope in the number 8 car, in 4th position. Then our LMP3 race leader was Georgios Kolovos, so he dived into pit lane. So Jacek Zalonka will take over those honours once again in 88 in the Ligier. Philippe Simodomo in MV2S and Frederic Croulet in 73 ANS. Split him and the other LMP3 runners of Julien Lemoine in the ANS Ligier and the 68 High Gailey by T2 Racing Duqueine, which is 3rd in its class, and also rounding up the top 10 overall. It looks like the order has been resumed at the head of the field, with the 17 leading the safety car queue. Can't quite see where the number 71 has gone, though. Can see Jesse Bouhet's car, I think that is. Second in the queue. Ah, no, that was Jesse Bouhet's car, all the way down the rear of the field. But, well, safety car is coming in. And it will be Frederic Morel who puts his foot to the floor once again for the 3rd time in this race, including the original start. Green flags are waved once again in the 4 hours of Hockenheim for round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, and Frederic Morel leads in the number 17 Lamo Racing Nova with Mark Fagianato 6.7 seconds behind in 71 in the end. There he is, just at the back of the shot. He's got quite a few cars, about 5 cars or so between himself and his closest rival. I think it's the 555 car of Denise Calon, who's the first of the lapped runners there between Morel and Fagianato. And they will end up squabbling for position, I think, because it's Christophe Cresp trying to take the position away from Denise Calon. That's 14th and 15th in the standings being disputed, and Cresp, the Road to Le Mans race winner, finds his way through in the hairpin, but doesn't have it all his own way. Looks like side by side going into turn 7 and has his nose chopped off there. Does the Kogumo car, and diving up the inside as well. Jacek Zalonka, but he has a big swapper under braking and runs out wide. Does he end up losing the place? Yes, he does. He ends up losing an extra place as well with... well, actually, it's lap traffic for him as well. So Zalonka there in 5th position. And so which car is he actually racing with? Not the number 7 car behind him, for sure. is that the 28 MV2S racing car that's just in front of him? I believe it is. So that would have been for 5th position. Yes, it is. So the 28 Philippe Simodomo took 5th position there away from Jacek Zielonka while he was gathering up the car. It's confirmed on the timing screen as well now. So the Polish driver just getting a little hot into the hairpin. We got another right rear puncture, this time for Alexandre Lafourcade in the Lamo Racing 777 car. He's cut through the entire stadium section using the drag strip runoff area to shortcut the circuit, and he's gone into pit lane. That's the 3rd right rear puncture that we've seen so far in this race. Right, more hairpin action as Jacek Zielonka tries to reclaim that 5th position from Philippe Simodomo. And I think he did just manage to do so. Well, they looking like they were side by side through turn number 7. And yes, Zielonka is back ahead. But Simodomo tries the outside line under braking for turn number 8. But doesn't find his way through on the pole. So Zielonka lost that place at that corner a lap ago. He's retaken it within the space of a lap. That's 5th position overall being disputed between the Nova and the Ligier. We were talking about the 88 earlier. It's the car that all 3 of its drivers are new to LMP3 racing. Jacek Zielonka, the former Radical racer, who's been competing in the Radical Challenge, the Radical Cup in the UK as well, and also in the World Finals last year for making the step up to LMP3 competition. And the car directly in front of him is the 555. That's a lap down. Looked like Julien Lemoine was trying to find his way through the traffic just behind them as well. And he's a part of this battle. He's in 7th position, the ANS Ligier. He's got a couple of cars between him and his direct rivals on track. So into the pits has come Sebastian Page. As we see the number 5 car, that is currently lapping in 17th position. The car that was some 20 seconds clear before the first safety car came out, currently lapping in 17th. But remember, some cars haven't come in at all yet. As we approach the end of the first hour, that safety car period has meant that some of these drivers have been able to extend these stints. That's why we still have a few cars that haven't made their way in at all. The top car that has stopped is the number 88, one that's done one of its mandatory stops, let's say. 4 mandatory stops, and Zielonka is the top driver who's managed to tick off one of those already. The next best placed driver who has done so is Georgios Kolovos. So Team Virage are looking very pretty in the early stages of this race as we approach the end of the first hour, with Frédéric Morel leading in the number 17 Lamo Racing Nova that started on pole position. Mark Fagianato 9.6 seconds behind his countryman in the 71 ANS Motorsport Nova. It's Novas 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, with Jesse Bouhet in the 154 Kogamo Racing car in 3rd position, and then Sebastian Page has just made his way into pit lane. The LMP3 race leader Jacek Zielonka in the 88 Team Virage car in 5th position overall. 2nd of the LMP3 runners is Julien Lemoine in the ANS Motorsport Ligier, and then 3rd Andres Fjortik now in the number 61 MG Sound Studio Ginetta G61 that started last on the grid. As we hit the end of the first hour, let's take a look back at what's happened so far. So entering the second hour of the third round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Frederic Morel leads for Lamo Racing by 9.5 seconds. Jacek Zelonka does have Philippe Simodomo for close company for fourth position overall. The Team Virage car going up against the MV2S Racing, number 28. Message shown on the time scale that the safety car procedure will be investigated. So I wonder if that has anything to do with Jonathan Thomas having to slow down and get the safety car caught up to him. But we will see what comes of that. And there is Jacek Zelonka, who has got, Philippe Simodomo, Julien Lemoine for close company as well. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Christophe Cresp. So Zelonka currently fourth position for Team Virage and in the lead in LMP3. But currently running a lap down on the remaining runners as one of the top running cars that has done one of its mandatory pit stops. And this is where we get into the various different minimum pit stop times and driver handicaps, because as we see the number 5 of Thomas Imborg just making his way past the ANS Motorsport car. That's not for position. That's Thomas Imborg unlapping himself. But this is when we get into the various different driver penalties and minimum pit stop times, which vary for the different combinations of drivers, that really depending on how many bronze and silver drivers you have in your car. So the all bronze lineups takes no additional handicap. Their minimum pit stop time 82 seconds. But if you are, say the number 5 crew of the Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas from CD Sports, where you're both silvers, you'll take an additional 61 seconds at each of your pit stops to to balance that out. Then if it's 2 bronzes and 1 silver, it's an additional 17 seconds, such as it's just the number 4 car. But then 2 silvers and 1 bronze, like the 2 Team Virage cars, that's an additional 35 seconds at each stop. And say for the number 9 Graf car, which has 2 bronzes and a gold, that's an additional 22 seconds. So yeah, various different penalties and combinations that can be applied. So Daniel Bissora there in 21, running up in 9th position overall. Andreas Fjotik just in front of him in the MG Sound Studio. Ginetta. Of course, Ginetta has been using various Ultimate Cup series to develop its new cars, the Ginetta GTX G56 that's been taking part in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, but also they are developing their new LMP3 car in the Ultimate Endurance Prototype Cup, not with the MG Sound Studio, the CMR team, because we have seen the wraps being pulled off the Ligier JSP25, the 3rd generation LMP3 car. It was unveiled at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, following the new regulations being announced by the ACO last year. The Nissan VK56 V8 no longer in production. We will be moving to a Toyota-based Orica-built 3.5-litre twin-turbo V6. But the development of the new car has very much been restricted to the engine perimeter, the layout, and the cooling. And there is more cooling needed because of those twin turbos. So that's affecting the aerodynamics. It's affecting the drag as well. But Ligier, for example, well acquainted with that twin turbo machinery, the JSPX that uses a twin turbo V6, and partnering with Lamborghini on their LMDH car, the SC63, which is also a twin turbo V8. It's been tested by Olivier Pla, who has done all sorts of testing for Ligier. He tested the JSP2, the LMP2 car, both the LMP3 cars they've had so far, the P3 and the P320, as we see Andreas Fjotik heading for pit lane in the MG Sound Studio Ginetta, but also the JSPX as well. And they've said they will continue testing until homologation is called at the end of August. Already taking orders and expecting final deliveries, the first deliveries of the P325 in the final quarter of 2024, ready for competition in 2025, of course. And then the Ades that has also been unveiled, which we have rarely seen in the current generation of LMP3 competition, but the AD25 from the Portuguese manufacturer, which is an update on the 03 Evo, and a bit like Ginetta, really seeing this as an opportunity to reset their LMP3 program, as we see the driver swap in 61. It's Martin Bohm getting on board the car. That's one of a few entries in the ultimate standings, which is for all bronze lineups, of which there are 6. Yes, the Ades we may see later is Thomas Imborg unlaps another car, this time the MV2S racing car. Oh no, sorry, that's actually for position. That's the 27 that it just went past. So Christoph Kresp, that's a change for 12th position, with Thomas Imborg getting ahead of Christoph Kresp. Battle for 3rd position happening just behind them as well, so a few laps separated. But it's just on the Ades. It's basically a whole new car. I mean, everything behind the front wheels is new. The engine cover, the rear suspension as well, in addition to the cooling, and they are expecting to be on track with that car in 2 weeks' time in Estoril, putting it on track for the first time. And they're very ambitious. They're expecting cars in the European Le Mans Series, in Le Mans Cup, Prototype Cup Germany as well, and looking even to Stefan Schoss, the CEO, saying they're looking to open up a workshop in the United States to go and compete in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So fighting talk from Ades, and it would be great to see a wider variety of competitive manufacturers in the LMP3 category, with Duqueine and Ligier. Well, Ligier very much dominating the numbers. Duqueine just behind them. Hopefully we see more of the Ginettas and the Adeses in the future. And Claire has got news for us in the pit lane.
Yeah, come down to Lamo Racing and Kevin Rabin alongside me. Kevin, you're looking a bit nervous. You're going out in 20 minutes' time. How are we feeling?
Yeah, of course. It's my first stint in the Ultimate Cup Series, so a bit nervous, but we'll see what happens.
But you did such an impressive job yesterday in qualifying. You must have taken some confidence from that.
Yeah, of course, but you know, the qualifying is the 50% of the weekend, so you know, you need to assure as well the race and to be happy about the weekend, so yeah.
Is it a track that you've been enjoying?
Well, it's my first time, and yeah, it's really cool, and I took pleasure in this, yeah.
So far your teammate has done an excellent job out there, and it sort of looks like you're leading, or at the front at least. Do you think this could be one that you win?
Well, Fred is doing a really good job. He's a bronze driver, and really he's impressing me. I don't know how, but he's a really good driver, and we hope we get the win by Danny and me. So yeah, of course, we're looking forward to it.
I mean, to have such a strong bronze driver, that puts you in a really good position. Your team is cheering behind, so I hope nothing's happened. Cheering is always good. They're not looking sad. So but it's good to have such a good... What is happening? They're still cheering. We'll just continue. But to have a good bronze driver, it's really good to have such a strong team.
Yeah, of course, because there's the penalty in the box too, and for the team it's really good to have silver driver and one bronze, so a bit, you know, there's an equation with it, and yeah, it's really good to have a good bronze driver like that. We can do a good race.
Very noisy car number 88 just going past there. Probably Yazek having a lovely time if he's still in it. Were you listening to headphones earlier? Were you listening to music, or were you listening to commentary? Were you listening to Chris up in the commentary box?
More music, yeah, it's to concentrate because there's a bit of stress, so.
What were you listening to get you in the mood?
Brazilian funk and some inspirational facts on TikTok and Instagram.
Brazilian funk. I'm gonna give that a try. Is that something we should be listening to?
Well, it puts you in the mood, so it's a good thing.
Okay, well, here we go. We're going to go see... I'm going to go take a listen to some Brazilian funk now. You go and get ready for your stint and enjoy it out there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Young Kevin Rabin there, who was rapid in Q1 yesterday for a young lad with seemingly very little experience, but an awful lot of speed. Made his LMP3 debut earlier in the year, the Prototype Winter Series, as well as competing with the CN class in that championship, and now the MPO2. Really ticking off all the French prototypes out there. So with the 88 car into in and out of pit lane, Julien Lemoine takes over the lead in LMP3 in the ANS Motorsport Ligier, but we've got a car off, and I literally just said it. It's the 84, it's Julien Lemoine, the LMP3 race leader, off at what looks like the final corner, and he has beached the Ligier into the gravel trap. The rear wheels are spinning, but it's got no traction. Yellow flags, unsurprisingly, are out at turn number 17, the final corner, and this may well be our third safety car intervention of the race. It was running third overall and in the LMP3 lead. Hopefully we might see a replay of how he ended up there. But the 84 in a very difficult position there. The last year's Ligier European Series JS2R champion that he won on his debut, and then switched over to prototype racing, and he's just lost the back end of the car going through the last corner, completely self-inflicted by the looks of it. But yeah, his first year of prototype racing, having driven the LMP3 in the Prototype Winter Series earlier this year, done his whole career with ANS. It's only his second year of racing full stop for the 42-year-old Frenchman. And in anticipation of that safety car, which has now been called, Team Virage into pit lane with the number 1 car, Georgios Kolovos. Let's see how much of the driving time he has been able to tick off. So it's 2 silvers and a bronze, and that means that he's still got another 13 minutes. It's basically at the 2 hours and 30-minute remaining mark that Georgios Kolovos can finish his driving time. I mean, they can get him out of the car and put him back in it later, but I have a feeling they'll want to do it all in one go, because it's a minimum of 1 hour and 30 for the bronze drivers. And that car still in the gravel trap, so we are under safety car conditions. Mark Fagianato's 5.7 second advantage is removed ahead of Jesse Bouhet. As out goes the number 1 again, Georgios Kolovos, that is, was going to be our new LMP3 race leader, but having come in and out of pit lane, might still be the class leader. It depends where Daniel Frost is in number 24. I think George King got on board that car a little bit earlier on as well. So they're cycling through the drivers at the moment, but it could well be our new LMP3 race leader is the young Singaporean, as Julien Le Mans gets a tow out of the gravel trap. So it looks like he will be able to rejoin the race. The recovery vehicle able to extract the car from the gravel. Julien Le Mans should be able to get going again, but will be significantly further down the order than where he was 5 minutes ago. Currently down in 15th position and continuing to fall. Pit entry has now been opened while we're under safety car conditions, as the queue is being formed. So I think Georgios Kolovos was the only car that did manage to get in and out of pit lane before the pit entry was closed. And Julien Le Mans is going to want to try and stay ahead of the safety car here, so we can go join the back of the queue and not lose another lap. But he's also trying to get rid of the gravel that he's picked up and well, deposit it across a bit of the racetrack. Of course, quickest way to do that: accelerate hard, brake hard, weave as much as possible. This is why we're under safety car conditions. Julien Le Mans in the LMP3 lead. I'd literally just called that when we saw the Frenchman had put it into the gravel trap, but the Ligier back underway. And attempting to catch the safety car queue now, which is directly behind it on the road. And Le Mans there, as we mentioned, the reigning Ligier European Series JS2R champion. One on debut. They're sharing that car with Clement Marino. Looking to see, yeah, Marino hasn't been in the car yet. That's one of the 6 ultimate entries, which is the all bronze lineups. The other ones being the 21 DB Autosport, sorry, of Daniel and Quentin Becerra, lad and dad combination there. The MG Sound Studio Ginetta of Martin Baum and Andreas Furtik. the 73 ANS Motorsport, Frederic Croulet, Rodolfo Rosati, the 84 as we mentioned, and then the 555 Kogamo Racing car, Sébastien Moraz, Philippe Thiron and Denis Callon. And then finally the 777 Lamo car, Alexandre Lafourcade, Jean-Marc Alaphilippe, who's currently in the car. And yeah, it's saying Quentin Antonel is on the entry list for that one actually, but I don't think that is the case. We'll see a little bit later on. Of course, if Quentin Antonel is in the car, then that won't be actually an ultimate entry. It is listed as one, but also has Quentin Antonel in there. As Julien Lemond back in pit lane now, so he's going to lose that lap anyway. And, oh, it's being pushed into the garage. That's never a good sign. So it looks like further repairs needed on that car. It did catch a little bit of the bodywork as it went through the gravel track, but it did look like that Clement Marino was about to get on board that car. So maybe we'll see it back out again. A few cars heading into pit lane. Christophe Carrière, as Marc Fagianato has just been out of pit lane, as has Daniel Basora. Coming into pits, Christophe Cresp, Jacek Zielonka and Balazs Volunteer, although he's been in pit lane since the turn 6 incident, so I think he's still there. So it is now Jesse Bouhet that leads, with the Frederic Morel car having come into pit lane. It's got the Reiter engineering car that is leading safety car queue. So just trying to spot the 71 behind him. I've already gone through actually, which is the car that's now in second position. The Marc Fagianato still at the wheel of the car. A lot of the teams getting their bronze drivers in for the start of the race. We did say that only 2 of the silvers started, and Balazs Volunteer was one of them. The other was Jonathan Thomas. And, well, Jonathan Thomas was actually because they didn't have any bronze drivers in the lineup. Safety car is in this lap, so we will go green once again. And the 57 Reiter engineering car will be the one at the head of the queue. But it's Jesse Bouhet just behind him in the Kogamo Racing, kicking up a little bit of that gravel that was kicked up, or that was put onto the curbing by Julien Lemoine. But it's Jesse Bouhet who leads. The former single-seater racer in France in the 90s. As we have Daniel Frost there in the TS Course car trying to make forward progress. The car's heading down the Parabolica for the first time on this third safety car restart. Claire has got news for us.
Yeah, pop down here to speak to Julien. I'm so sorry, obviously the safety car reason was because of you in the nicest possible way. Talk us through what happened.
So the beginning of the race was very good laps. But after the safety car, I had to battle with my tire in every turn, so I was losing the rear every turn. So with the time and getting back the car, in the last turn I did a mistake and I did not recover the car. So
unfortunate, but these things do happen. But your teammate is back in the car. Obviously, you've got the car in the garage at the moment, but are you hoping, I'm clearly thinking, to go back racing?
Yeah, the car is getting back. They are just removing the gravels from the car to avoid any damage, but the car is coming back on track.
You look incredibly warm. Is it quite hot out there?
It is very, very warm, especially in safety car. We don't have any fresh air coming in the car, so it's very, very hot.
Where can you go from here with this race then? Obviously, with that small mistake, where do you think your teammate will be able to fight to?
We have a very good speed on track, but I have no idea. I'm coming out of the car, so I have no idea where we are, so we will do the best.
I literally grabbed Julian just as he had his helmet still on. So thank you so much for talking to us, and good luck with the rest of the race.
With pleasure.
All right, back to what's happening out on track, as we have Thomas Imborg now up into third position in amongst all the pit stops and safety cars. John Corbett there just trying to clear some of the cars out of sight there. The MG Sound Studio car that's going a bit slowly down the Parabolica. So Frederic Morel there we just saw in the black and red Lamo Racing car that is in 10th position now. And so Thomas Imborg looking to put a lap on the pole sitter. Locks up, does the Frenchman, and runs the 17 out wide. The MV2S racing car trying to find his way through. That's Tim Meriot in 17th position. So this is all traffic. This is not for position. But Thomas Imborg more concerned with the green Duqueine that's just a couple of cars back, which is Daniel Frost, the young Singaporean. That is for position. The 24 TS Corsa car that now leads in LMP3, as in comes the race leader Jesse Bouhet. That is just under 3 minutes away from the end of his driving time. So he's going to have to continue on. So see into the pits there, and the team gets to work. That's Benjamin Monet there that we saw. And this is fight for 11th position with the 7 of John Corbett going up against Rodolfo Rosati. Went a little bit wide there, did the Australian, and Rosati trying to come back in the 73 ANS car. But John Corbett clear by the time they get into the kink at turn 7. So yeah, that is 11th position now for John Corbett in the number 7 Graf Racing Nova. So Jesse Bouhet is about to be released from pit lane. We've got yellow flags out at turn number 8 now, so that's the braking zone into what used to be the stadium, or sorry, the Mercedes-Benz Arena. As our race leader still in pit lane, obviously serving the minimum pit stop time. This is why we had yellows out there. It's a drama for the number 8 Graf Racing car, Sebastian Page, the Swiss racer. Replaced Jan Zimmer at the wheel of that car since the first round of the championship. And that was the last Graf Racing car that hadn't had a drama really, but now it's had one of its own. Claire's got more news for us in pit lane.
About your teammate, how's he doing?
Yeah, it's good. For sure, it's not easy for him after the crash yesterday, but he's okay. I think it's the most important for the team.
Yeah, it was quite a big shunt yesterday, and we're so happy to hear that he's doing well. Talk us through the race today. Then I believe there was some work that happened on the car overnight as well. Did you have an engine change?
No. I think it's just the build of the car. For sure, it's not easy night for the team, tough day, but incredible job for start today. And yeah, keep the smile for the team. For sure, the result is very important, but the most important is to drive today.
A really tough day for everybody yesterday, I'm sure, and your teammate, obviously, Antoine. He is back here, though, racing today. Incredible turnaround for him.
Yeah, Jess did an incredible job for the moment. Now I need to finish the job. Let's see. I am here just for take a lot of pleasure. It's a nice car, a nice team. Yeah, it's good to be here.
What time are you heading out there? When's your stint?
I think 2 hours. In 20 minutes, I think at 2 hours to drive. Let's go and let's see. I hope a podium for the team.
Oh, let's see how it goes, and good luck out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great to have Johan Russell back in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, having missed the 6 hour in Portimao. It was Thomas Laurent in the car, but the rally driver, French rally champion, WRC3 champion in years gone by as well, and winner of the Monte Carlo rally in the WRC2 category earlier this year as well. Thomas Imborg lapping the traffic. So the 777 goes through on the Reiter engineering car. Thomas Imborg now in second position. And it's the TS course, the green Duqueine there with the yellow trimming on it. Daniel Frost, that is its closest competitor. Third position overall, leader in LMP3. 1.3 seconds separate them. There's lap traffic between him and them. Right, we have a few cars under investigation. Cars 8, 21, 4 and 68. So 8 is the Graf Racing car. Sebastian Page currently driving it. 21 is Daniel Basura, the DB Autosport car. Number 4 is CD Sport, Christophe Carrier. And then 68 is the Hallyday by T2 Racing car. It was Sebastian Schmidt who started that car. And that's all for speeding in the refueling area. So that's normally a slam dunk. Specifically in the refueling area, not necessarily not speeding in pit lane, speeding in the refueling area, because this being a first rung on the ladder for prototype racing, we don't do refueling in the pit lane. We have a dedicated refueling station for the drivers at the end of pit lane, so they head down and refuel there. It's the MV2S racing car that's gotten ahead of Thomas Imborg there. Remember, it's not for position. Also trying to round up the Lambo car there as well. And Thomas Imborg is getting very impatient, trying to find his way through on the inside of both those cars there. Well, they've rounded up the Lambo car. Or Imborg has done as well. It's the 28 MV2S car. Just trying to see where it is in the order. It's Tim Merriot in 17th position there. But there you see the TS course car, Daniel Frost, closing in there. The fourth car in this queue, that is in third position, is battling the number 5 CD Sports car for second position overall. Daniel Frost, a slightly recent convert to prototype racing. He made his prototype debut in the 2019-20 Asian Le Mans series, but did continue racing in single-seaters all the way up to Indy NXT last year. Was a race winner in the IndyCar Feeder Series Championship, but has done more LMP3 racing in Asian Le Mans Series. Was with Cool Racing during the championship last winter. Was a race winner there, and even competed in the Rolex Daytona 24 Hours in the LMP3 category last year. Reiter Engineering. Now, we saw this car off at turn 12 earlier on, and it deposited quite a bit of gravel on the racetrack as well. So 57 on the recovery. Nicolas Chartier just getting out of the car. They are currently 21st overall. We have a time penalty for car number 6, by the way. The Balaz Volontaire ARC Bratislava car for causing that incident down at turn 6 that took out one of the, I think it was on the ANS, yes, it was ANS and the number 9 Graf car, the championship leading Graf car. Not that it will make much difference, I think, because that car is still in pit lane. Off goes the Reiter Engineering car. So in 57, I think it'll be Vincent Capellier who will now be at the wheel of that car. Still showing Tim Merriot, who had done the fastest middle sector of the race on his in-lap, actually. Tim Merriot is excuse me, sorry, it's looking at the MV2S racing car. Don't know why I thought that would be the 57. Stefan Rupp now at the wheel of the Reiter Engineering car. Yeah, Tim Merriot having just done the fastest middle sector of the race in 16th position. 18-year-old who started karting at the age of 3 at his dad's kart track in Chenauve, Kart Mania. Also winner of the French Kart Racing Academy just at the age of 10. Right, in has come the race leader. And so that now puts Thomas Imborg into the lead of the race overall. Now 5.2 seconds clear of Daniel Frost, actually. So here's the number 17 into pit lane. Frederic Morel now getting out of the car. He's done his driving time. So he'll be handing over to one of his silver class drivers. He's done his minimum 90 minutes as Frederic Morel, and, well, given the car in a good position. Remember, they will have to take 35 seconds of additional handicap at each of these stops because they have 2 silver class drivers on board that car. Ico Sigret there in the 71 ANS car that has been running in the podium positions for much of this race. Ico, who was another star of qualifying, one of the fastest drivers out there. Again, the silver class driver. Who took up prototype racing in the Ultimate Cup European Endurance Series last year, with back-to-back wins in the CN class, including here at Hockenheim, as well as Navarra and Estoril, and then made the switch over to the MPO2 category. We won on debut, Magny Cours, and getting some additional experience as well in the Ligier JSP4 in the Prototype Winter Series during the off-season. So that means it will be Karen Gaillard, I believe, who will take that car to the checkered flag, the Iron Dame. As we see the MG Sound Studio Ginetta, the two drivers, managers of the Vienna-based sound studio. As we see Team Virage. Also in pit lane as well, it's Jacek Zielonka. I imagine that will be for a driver change as well, as he's done his mandatory 90-minute stint time as a bronze driver. And it also in comes Thomas Imborg, the race leader. So it's maximum of 2 hours that Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas can do. They've already done one driver change. Looks like they're doing a second one. See a closer look at the driver change and the tyre change as well for the number 5 CD Sport Nova that was into the lead of the race. So that means Daniel Frost now in the 24 TS Corsa Duqueine now leads the way, the young Singaporean. His lead should be around 12 seconds over Dennis Callon in the 555 Kokomo Racing Nova. So LMP3 leads for the first time in this race. Oh, looked like a sluggish getaway for Thomas Imborg. Oh, that's a third attempt there by the looks of it. It's not looking great. Oh, and now he has to hold for the traffic behind him as well. The lollipop man having to just hold. It'll be Jonathan Thomas at the wheel of that car, the man who started this race, I believe. Struggling to get away there by the looks of it. But here is our new race leader, Daniel Frost, with Dennis Callon now 13 seconds behind. And Jesse Bouhet up into third position once again, another 11 seconds back. All of these guys have done one of their mandatory stops. But once again, the best placed car in terms of its mandatory stops is Team Virage, the number 1 Ligier, which still has Georgios Kolovas at the wheel of the car. And oh, now we have yellow flags at turn 6, and we can just see there in the background, looks like the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova that might have just had a spin. Green flag's already waving. It was the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, Benjamin Mamarnet. He's having an eventful race, isn't he? He spun in pit lane and the pit entry a little bit earlier on, and now gone for a slight rotation at turn 6 as well. So didn't quite manage to see in all that if he was pushed or if he jumped. Oh, well, does he have a right rear puncture there? He's going slowly, and that right rear just looks a little flat. So we hopefully will see what happened there. In the meantime, Claire has found someone in pit lane.
Yeah, come down to CD Sport, and we were just talking about the two Thomases, and of course it's Thomas Imborg alongside me. You've just come out of the car, very warm out there. How was your stint?
It was nice. I had to restart 2 times behind the safety car, and 2 times quite far in the safety car, so had to overtake to make the strategy work. And so it was a long stint in the car, but it felt like it was short.
We saw your teammate Jonathan struggling a little bit just to start the car there. Was there an issue?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe with the excitement, but I don't think it will matter too much at the end. I hope so, at least.
How confident are you feeling in this race? Obviously starting in second, and then quite strong stints from both of you so far.
Yeah, we just lost a bit with the first safety car. We lost all the gap Jonathan created. And after it was catching, and trying to put some gap, as we have a bigger penalty in the pits compared to the other teams. So we have to push a lot.
It's quite difficult as well with all those safety cars, isn't it? Because it's very warm out there today.
Yeah, but honestly, it's not that bad. Compared to Portimao, it's quite cool.
That's true. It was very warm in Portimao, though. You're right there.
But no, the car is nice. And we worked well during this week, so we will see at the end of the race where we finish.
So now you've just jumped out the car. What kind of data do you need to go through, or do you just kind of then watch the end of the race now? Do you not kind of speak about data during the race?
No, we don't speak too much about data. We just try to speak a bit about strategy, what we need to do. And after, it's our job to be as fast as we can and as smart as we can.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and see how your teammate's getting on. Congrats out there.
Thank you.
His teammate Jonathan Thomas just heading out back onto the racetrack, having refueled in the refueling area. Heiko Sigret still setting good lap times. Just on the fastest first sector of the race, and a personal best last time around, 1:37.514. I believe the fastest lap of the race still belongs to Jonathan Thomas, who was doing 37s earlier. Yes, 37.007. And for reference, the lap record, somewhere in the 35s, set by one Espirito Santo last year. Jonathan Thomas looking to try and clear some of the traffic in front of him. Daniel Basora, he's just unlapping. That incident involving the racing spirit of Le Mans, Benjamin Monet, has been noted, so that does rather imply that there was a bit of contact down there. So it is 10 minutes until we reach the halfway mark in this race. Christoph Cresp there in the MV2S Racing car. The Road to Le Mans winner with Maximus Meyer, sharing the car with Pierre-Alexandre Provost. Also a Asian Le Mans Series LMP3 champion back in 2022 as well. Celebrated his 50th birthday earlier this year, did Christoph Cresp. Running well at the moment. 7th position for the Frenchman. Right, timing screen starting to light up now with the silver drivers starting to come through, with Heiko Sigret doing another personal best last time around and another fastest first sector, but also Rafael Narak in 88 is picking up some great speed as well. It's just done that car's best lap of the race and the fastest middle sector as well. So yeah, Raphael Narak, the 18-year-old Frenchman who was competing in F4 last year, or even at the start of this year as well, did the UAE series and then made his LMP3 debut at the first round of the season at Paul Ricard. It's going very well as it stands. Yeah, Denis Callon in the orange and black Kogamo Racing car in second position overall, just looking to get around John Corbett's Graf Racing Nova. So switched up amongst the LMP3, Daniel Frost leading, but the next LMP3 car is in 10th position, and it is the Hallyday by T2 car with Marcel Usenbra, the Dutch driver, at the wheel of the Duqueine. So Duqueine 1-2 actually in LMP3. Don't often say that, given just the vast numbers that Ligier runs in the LMP3 category. We see some slight damage on the back of the 777 car. Jean-Marc Alaphilippe in 11th position, or was when he came into pit lane. Jonathan Thomas has just lowered his benchmark and improved his fastest lap of the race at 1:36.718. Currently circulating in 13th position. And let's just get that LMP3 alert. So Manuel Espirito Santo did a 35.099 at this meeting last year. So we're still. Well, actually, it would have to be an LMP3 car to actually set that record, whereas it's Nova that's set it at the moment. So I think Espirito Santo's time is safe for now, but we'll see a little bit later on. Here's our race leader, Daniel Frost, the young Singaporean, recently converting to prototype racing, having competed all the way up to the Indy NXT level. Went to Australia, went to America first of all in 2018, I believe it was. So initially competed in Southeast Asian F4 in 2016, the Formula Masters Championship as well. First came to Europe in 2017 to do a round of Danish F4, and then the MRF Challenge as well, before setting up shop in America. First of all in the US F2000 series in 2018, obviously stepping up to Indy Pro 2000, and then a few years in Indy Lights, and then what became Indy NXT as well. Twice a winner in that series. Looking for a home now in prototype racing. We had his teammate George King in the commentary box a little bit earlier on. The TS Course team. We can see reigning MPO2 champion in the top corner there, Nicolas Molini, ready to take over the 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Nova. Reigning champion, but not plain sailing for the 51 crew in the championship so far this year. Currently 11th in the standings. Having had a podium finish at the start of the year, but the 6 Hours of Portimao did not go so well for them. So far, the wins shared by two of the Graf Racing cars. We've had, in both categories so far this season, the wins have been from the same teams, but different crews. Spin there for the 73. Who is driving that? That's out of the last corner, and luckily everyone was able to avoid the ANS Nova. It's Rodolfo Rosati that was in 6th position, but Christoph Kress was able to get through while that was going on. Kress just being unlapped there by Kevin Rabin in the 17 Lamo Racing Nova, but yeah, good to see that the ANS car did get away, so just lit up those rear tyres through the last corner. Spins back across the racing line as well. Good avoiding there by the Reiter engineering car, and then its teammate as well, the ANS Motorsport Ligier as well. So that could have been a disaster for ANS very quickly right there. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the two wins so far. So both the MPO2 wins going to Graf Racing so far. Firstly with the number 9 crew, David Drew, Louis San Juan and Eric Trullier. And then it was Alam Geshef, James Winslow and John Corbett who were on top in the number 7 car in Portimao. And then in LMP3, Team Virage have won both races so far. It was Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovas, Sasha Lehmann in Portimao, whereas in Paul Ricard, the 88 of Daniel Macia, Rafael Narak and Jacek Zalonka. The 88 currently sit 5th in the standings, though, as they, as we mentioned earlier, didn't finish the Portimao 6 hour. So this is Aiko Segret here in the ANS Motorsport car, the 71 that we're seeing just dipping out behind the number 17 there, trying to put a lap on him. So Aiko Segret, one of the fastest drivers on track at the moment, and in the lead in MPO2, 2nd position overall, and just trying to get around the Lamo racing car that started on pole position. Aiko being very aggressive there and losing the track position almost immediately as the pole-sitting car of Kevin Rabin tried to come up underneath him. These are two young guns, two great young guns that we have coming up through the prototype racing ranks. And neither of them wants to give an inch, even though in the timing order, actually nowhere near each other. The 17 at the moment, currently 10th position, whereas Aiko Segret, just behind him, is in 2nd. And trying to do something about the 47-second gap to the race leader, who has just come into pit lane, Nathan Kumar, back behind the wheel of the 24 TS Corsa. And, well, of course, ANS want to try and take advantage of that, because they know that they've just put their bronze driver in, they've got their quick driver in at the moment. Aiko Segret, who we were talking about earlier, who is just a winning machine in prototype racing last year in the Ultimate Cup Series in both CN and MPO2 machinery. Meanwhile, Kevin Rabin, who is still just in his first year of car racing, but did win the Prototype Winter Series CN Championship and made his LMP3 debut as well. So, yeah, really two young rising stars of prototype racing. And so it's not for position, but once again, we see Aiko Segret going for the move. He's now our race leader with Nathan Kumar in the pits, by the way. As is Daniel Basora in the DB Autosport Nova. We've had a few time penalties coming in. We have a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision for Reiter Engineering, and also a 5-second penalty for the Graf Racing car for the same reason. As we enter the halfway mark of this race, I Go Cigarette and ANS Motorsport lead. Let's look back at what's happened so far. Less than 2 hours to go in the third round of the European Endurance Prototype Cup from Hockenheim. Ico Cigarette leads for the number 71 ANS Motorsport team in the Nova MP02. Rodolfo Rosati, his teammate in the 73, was in second, but has just come into pit lane. And so that should put MV2S Racing's Tim Merieux in the number 28 car up into second place, with Max Hans Maurice, the car we're watching now, in the number 4 CD Sports car, up into the podium places as well. And yes, this car, the 28 MV2S Racing car, that should just be about to take second place away from Frederic Croulet, who is now at the wheel of the 73. Tim Merieux here, the 18-year-old Frenchman who started karting at the age of 3. His father, Cyril, running the Kartmania track in Chenauve, and at the age of 10, won the French Kart Racing Academy. But in the last 2 years has been competing in the Alpine Elf Cup. His first couple of years of car racing, he was a race winner there, and the end of last year was a finalist in the Porsche Carrera Cup France Junior Shootout, but maybe has a home in prototype racing here in the Ultimate Cup Championship. Right, let's hear from our reigning champion. He was here in the commentary box a little bit earlier on, but let's hear from him in pit lane. Claire has found George King.
This weekend in general? Obviously, we saw you at Portimao with a different team. How are you enjoying it this time?
I mean, it's always fun racing. With not a full season in stock, I mean, I'm always happy and grateful to be in the car. With a team like TS, everyone's super friendly, teammates are flying, so I'm happy.
Is Hockenheim a track that you enjoy?
I struggled here last year, and then I've come back with a bit of a vengeance, so I really enjoy the track, yeah. It's good.
Also, the sun is shining, which is good. We had a lot of rain yesterday and obviously red flags and things. It's nice to actually be out there and race today, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, most of my sessions have been in the wet. I think I had one clear session on Friday when it was dry, but the tyres were dead. And so this is probably my first session with decent tyres, so I'm actually looking forward to a dry track for once.
I guess your stint as well is bringing the car home?
That's the plan at the moment, unless anything else changes.
No, you need to bring the car home.
I will bring the car home, yes.
But you're looking forward to getting out there?
Yeah, buzzing, can't wait.
Perfect, so I'll let you get back to looking at all the timing screens, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just itching to get in the car now, buzzing.
I can tell, actually, you've got quite nervous energy about you. You don't usually get that from drivers.
No, I mean, I've just necked a can of Red Bull as well.
Right, okay. Okay, so you're just buzzing on caffeine?
Yeah, I'm itching.
All right, we'll let you get on. Cheers.
Nathan Kumar currently at the wheel of the 24 TS Corsa. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Pierre-Alexandre Provost, though, in the number 27 MV2S Racing Nova, 1:36.686. He's trying to close that 5-second gap to Remy de Gouffroy, who is standing in for the injured Louis Rossi aboard the number 8 Graf Racing Nova. Louis Rossi did show his excellent staying off the racing line skills when he got a puncture in Portimao a few weeks ago and had to do the entire lap with 3 wheels on his wagon. And of course, once again, we wish Louis all the best in his recovery after a very nasty crash in the Road to Le Mans race a few weeks ago. There is that number 8 car, so Remy de Gouffroy stepping in. He did the Prototype Endurance Series in LMP3 with the Graf Racing team back in 2019, so he's no stranger to the outfit. A familiar name in the V2V paddock, but also in French GT as well, which he went to after competing in his first season of French F4. See the Writer Engineering car, so Kevin Rabin just behind them, and the pass that just made for yes, de Gouffroy lost out there. I think it was to Kevin Rabin. It was, yeah. So they swapped places last lap around, and they are back in that order again. So it is Remy de Gouffroy in 9th position, Kevin Rabin in 8th. And then Pierre-Alexandre Provost right on their tail now as well in 27. It's Jonathan Thomas in the CD Sport car, currently in 4th position. That is between them. He's trying to find his way through the traffic. The 57 in front of them, Stefan Rupp, is several laps down as well. So that's not for position, but they're trying to get through the traffic. And Kevin Rabin was trying to make his move there, but did rather have his nose chopped off. And this could be an opportunity for Remy de Gouffroy, and he did. He does. He retakes the place again. So that's the 3rd time that he and Kevin Rabin have swapped positions in the space of a lap, I think. And the Graf Racing car back up into 8th position. as they head down the Parabolica once again. So yeah, that's what we call using the traffic to make your move there. And Pierre-Alexandre Provost trying to show his nose in this fight as well and clear the Reiter engineering car. He's got the 4th place car of Jonathan Thomas right behind him as well. Car that started on the front row with a grid, remember. But is one of the most heavily penalised cars in this race with its all-silver lineup. And so, once again, Kevin Rabin has got to try and line up the Graf Racing car once again. De Gouffroy, who has been wily and tactical with his years of endurance and prototype racing experience. And that's the difference maybe between somebody who's been doing this for several years now and a young gun like Kevin, who is still very new to this prototype and endurance racing world, because that using traffic method is just, it's classic endurance racing. It's something you see the more experienced drivers do very, very well. And while young guns may come in with an awful lot of speed, there's tactics to endurance racing to be had as well. The Graf Racing team watching on. And you see the MV2S racing car in the background of Pierre-Alexandre Provost right in there as well. So 1.8 seconds separates these 3 cars that are squabbling over 8th position as it stands, and 34 seconds behind Nathan Kumar in 7th position. So let's see if Kevin Rabin can try and usurp De Gouffroy in that fight. But, oh, late on the brakes there for Kevin Rabin. Getting right underneath the Graf Racing car. I mean, I was talking about De Gouffroy with an awful lot of experience, as if he's, you know, been doing this for 20 years. He's only 28 years old, I should point out. The man from Ries Orangis. But has been prototype racing since his stint in the VDV series, which he has been in since 2016. So does have a lot of experience in the world of sports car racing. One of many drivers who made the switch early on in their careers. Right, in comes Maxence Maurice from 3rd position, the number 4 CD Sports car. So that should promote teammate Jonathan Thomas up to the podium positions as well. But still, this battle for 8th position continues, with Kevin Rabin having just done a personal best last time around, a 38.008. Quarter of a second between them when they went over the timing line. And again, Rabin so good on the brakes and has got a nice line on the exit of the corner. Was able to try and cross the line, I think, but not able to draw alongside the Graf Racing car in front of him. But he was very good on the brakes into turn 8 last time around. He's good on the brakes here, and on the inside here, the Lamo Racing car does get through and up into 8th position ahead of Remy De Gouffroy. Pierre-Alexandre Provost trying to take advantage of that as well. 3 Novas here battling for position. Provost there in 27. Again, another driver who is early in his prototype racing career, having recently made the switch from single-seater racing, was competing in the Formula Regional European Championship last year. Before that was in French F4. He's a race winner there. Race leader has come into pit lane. Aiko Segrat in the number 71 ANS Motorsport Nova. And so it should be Tim Merieux who takes the lead in the MV2S Racing number 28 Nova. So race leader into pit lane. But that looks like trouble for the race leader potentially. The back end of the Nova taken off, and the toolkit is out to try and identify some sort of problem potentially with the back end of that car. Now that did not look like part of the run plan at all. The race leader into pit lane with some sort of mechanical issue. Aiko Segret getting a word in from the team. But wow, what could have possibly gone wrong there? So that should definitely put MV2S Racing's Tim Merrieux into the lead of the race now, because this looks like it's going to be a much longer than scheduled pit stop for Aiko Segret. Nathan Kumar, they're getting rounded up by the sister ANS car. That's the 84. That's a few laps down. And that is 88, I think, that was going in there. Right, now, is that the... Now, this is the MV2S car. So Tim Merrieux has just brought that car in as well. So that car may well still take the lead, given that the 71 had some mechanical problems being looked at there, and a driver change for the 28 as well. So Philippe Simodomo, their bronze driver, it looked like getting back on board, number 28 there. In his second season with the Revel-based team, not far from Toulouse. Raphael Narak in 14th position there in the Team Virage Ligier, trying to put a lap on Clement Morino in the ANS LMP3 car. Aiko Segret is back out on track. And Kevin Rabin into pit lane meanwhile, the Lamo racing car, but Aiko Segret crucially has got going again. In what I'm sure was a slightly longer than anticipated stop. Is it Kevin Rabin there, staying aboard the number 17 Lamo racing car. Of course, he was in the fight with Remy de Gouffroy. And Pierre-Alexandre Provost has also made his way through on the Graf Racing car as well into 8th position. Tim Merrieux back out on track as well in 2nd position. I think that should put them on par with Jonathan Thomas in terms of number of mandatory pit stops served. Indeed it does. Most of the teams are on 2 of their mandatory stops, but there is the number 1 car that could, in theory, go to the end with only 1 more stop, 1 more mandatory stop to serve, and that's Axel Noss in 10th position. See when he actually got on board the car. He's done 30 minutes already. So that probably would need a splash and dash at the end of the race. So maybe 2 more stops for that car. But managed to clear one of its mandatory stops. Of course, you are kind of at the mercy. Well, actually, it depends on the safety cars, because we've seen some really extended stints because of the safety car periods. So maybe there is a chance that that car can make it to the end, as in comes Remy de Gouffroy in graph number 8. Oh, and potentially a problem for that car, because it had a smoking left rear. So was that bodywork damage or a puncture maybe? But seemingly all not well aboard the number 8 car. Doesn't seem to be any bodywork damage in the left rear corner there from what we can see. So maybe it was just a puncture, but the mechanics are giving it a good look anyway. Oh yes, there we can see there's something was, yeah, look at that. That's a bit more flex than you want from your carbon fiber bodywork. So maybe that was the cause of the tyre smoke we were seeing there. Yep, look at that left rear puncture. Very much the case on that car, which was Graf's kind of last hope really, but it seemed to happen right towards the end of the lap. So maybe Remy de Gouffroy has not lost quite as much time as he might otherwise have done. Just waiting on the clock to serve his minimum pit stop time of 117 seconds, 35 of which is a handicap for having 2 silver drivers in the car, of which Remy is one of them, the other being Loris Kybers. Other cars that only have 1 mandatory stop remaining include James Winslow's number 7 Graf Nova, as well as the 88 Team Virage car Rafael Narak. Also Nicolas Molini's 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, and then Kevin Rabin's number 17 pole-sitting Lamo Racing car. Rafael Narak in 88. 18-year-old from Normandy. One of 2 silver drivers. He'll be handing over the car to Daniel Masia in the final stint of the race, the 22-year-old Spaniard. And speaking of Team Virage, Claire Cottingham is downstairs with Jacek Zielonka.
Oh, I've been moved away from Jacek Zielonka. He wants to show. Oh, he doesn't like the lighting. I didn't know he was so. There we go. He wanted to show us all everything that Team Virage have done. That was a good advertising, wasn't it, out there? You started the race today. Very fast first stint. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy. I didn't make any mistake. It was clear, good pace. Bit struggling in the end of my stint, but I'm very satisfied, and we are in a very good position now, I think, because in the beginning of the race I saw there was a small issue with the car. It was in the gravel, so I go straight for the handicap. So we save 1 handicap because of the safety car, and now we are in the 2nd position, I think, in the race, more or less. But we are fighting for a win, of course.
And it was your decision, wasn't it? Driver decision to come in. It was your decision to come in?
Yes, it was my decision, and I'm very happy because I put the big piece to this driving. Hopefully, till the end, we will be pushing, and now we have only 1 pit stop, and we just push till the end. So.
And you've got 2 incredibly fast silver drivers as well, another fast driver to come in the 3rd stint. How confident are you that this could be a podium, and if not the win of the class?
Yeah, my 2 silver drivers are the best on the grid, in my opinion. Dani and Rafa, they are crazy fast. And if they will repeat the pace that we had during the practice session, I'm really easy about the results for the end. So clear race, hopefully green flag race, and till the end, and everything will be fine.
And take me back to the start then. How do you think your start was? From what we saw, it was quite a rapid start and you were pushing pretty hard.
Yeah, okay. The start was safe but was quick, but I didn't want to risk too much. And to be honest, during my stint, I have the feeling that something happened in the front of me, and I avoid there was one crash, 3 cars I think, which caused the safety car, and I was behind them. I was watching. I said, "Oh no, it will be something there." So I said, "Okay, wait," and then they crash. I could overtake them, and yeah, good feeling today. So hopefully it is a good sign, because we at Portimao we have so bad luck because of the guy who hit me. We had the pace for sure for running, and we lost all the points. So now we want to come back to the game for the championship, for the title.
Okay, well, we'll let you go and see how your teammate is doing. Did he get that overtake a moment ago? We were watching.
Yeah. Okay, they are closing to each other. I mean, I think we are P12 and P12. Oh, okay, I'm not sure now because it's changing really, really fast. I know that we are the only cars in the front who did 3 handicaps, so I don't know how it looks like this. So we have only 1 handicap for till the end of the race, so it's very good position.
Okay, go find out then. Go on.
Yes, I will go. Take care. Have a nice race.
Jacek Zielonka, just a beacon of positivity, isn't he, the Polish driver? While we were having a chat with Jacek there, the sister car, the number 1, seemingly getting having a difficult time slowing down for the hairpin. Axel Noss steering the Ligier into the hairpin MotoGP style with the back end sliding out under braking, and I was hoping to see if it was going to do it again there. But certainly for the last 2 laps there, just keeping an eye on it. It was rounding up one lap car, and then on its own the following lap. But yeah, the back end really stepping out under braking there for the number 1 car. So I hope this is not a sign of further issues on that car, given how much work it was done to get that car ready for the race after a very strange mechanical issue after a spin in practice 2 that stopped that car qualifying at all, starting from 20th and now leading in LMP3. So Pierre-Alexandre Provost that are just going through there on the Hallyday. Duqueine, which is a few laps down now, I think. Right now, so we're hearing word for the sister car there, 28, Philippe Simodomo, picking up a 5-second time penalty. And I think that's for track limits. So that will be added at the end of the race. With Philippe Simodomo at the wheel of the car, currently in 13th position overall. Jonathan Thomas there, we could just see the number 5 CD Sport car that is leading the race by 33 seconds to Philippe Thiron in the 555 Kokomo Racing Nova. Karen Gaillard has gotten on board the number 71 ANS Motorsport car that had its back cover off in its last pit stop. It's back in pit lane now by the looks of it. I never got to see what or if there even was an issue there, whether it was just a sort of safety check, but seemingly there was an issue with 71, but Karen Gaillard in pit lane aboard that car now. Yeah, Iron Dames Lamborghini GT3 driver with Celia Martin in the Le Mans Cup for this year. But there is our race leader, Jonathan Thomas, in the number 5 CD Sport Nova. About to put another lap on Philippe Simodomo there in the 28 MV2S Racing. Oh, sorry, no, that's the 27 Pierre-Alexandre Provost, so the 3rd place car that he's about to put a lap on. And it can be, it can sound bad. We only have what 2 cars left on the lead lap, but there's so much time difference with the pit stop cycle because we don't do refueling in pit lane. You have to go into a separate area and do it. So, although the gaps might seem big at the moment, it can play out very differently towards the end of the race. So, we can see how this one plays out. Right now, the Novas are running very well. Two pit stops left for our race leader, and indeed for Philippe Thiron in 2nd position. Axel Noss, the top driver with only 1 stop remaining, now in 5th position. Let's see, those cars are suddenly coming up through the order because they are on a different pit stop cycle. So there's a string of them that only have 1 remaining, and it's Axel Noss, James Winslow, Raphael Narak, and Johan Russell in 5th through to 8th. So it's all looking very good for Jonathan Thomas at the moment, considering that this is one of the most heavily handicapped cars. It's 61 seconds that this car is taking at each of its pit stops, for a grand total of 143 seconds stationary time in pit lane for the stop, because they have 2 silver drivers on board. But nonetheless, going very well at the moment. 38 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Jonathan Thomas, no stranger to the CD Sport team. He was part of the number 3 crew last year with Nick Adcock and Michael as well. And they were winners together in Paul Ricard at the season opener in their category last year. The South African racer, sharing the car with Thomas Imborg, who is the 23-year-old only in his 1st year of car racing. Made a one-off appearance with the CD Sport team at the Paul Ricard finale last year. This is the car in 2nd place, Philippe Thiron. The 555 car has been a regular participant in the likes of the VDV and Ultimate Cup Endurance Prototype Series last year in MPO2. But has raced at Le Mans and in the European Le Mans Series as well. And at the moment, they are our Ultimate class leaders as well. They're all bronze lineup in 2nd position overall. So that's another slightly surprising result. And obviously no disrespect to the bronze drivers, but you anticipate that the silver class drivers make their way up through the order. And even looking at the lap times at the moment, okay, Philippe Thiron last time around a 1:38.5, whereas Pierre-Alexandre Provost behind him doing a 1:36.6. Similar pace for Jonathan Thomas in the lead of the race as well. But you know, a minute or so between Thiron and Provost for 2nd and 3rd overall, and Kokomo Racing in a great position amongst the Ultimate class runners. So less than 90 minutes left on the clock. Jonathan Thomas leading by 42 seconds. It is now over Philippe Thiron, who continues to fall back into the clutches of Pierre-Alexandre Provost, who we've just seen there. Still keeping the race leader at bay and not letting him put a lap on Provost, or another lap on. Well, sorry, a lap on Provost, I should say. They are about to round up Maxence Maurice as well in the number 4 CD Sport car, the father of the lad and dad combination with Louis Maurice and also Christophe Carrier aboard that car. Maxence, a Porsche Carrera Cup France driver over the last 4 years. Before that was a competitor in historics, including the Le Mans Classic. Also a French rally driver as well. But he keeps well clear of Provost going into turn 2. And Jonathan Thomas will be eager to get past as quick as possible. He's soaking up that slipstream. Oh, and I thought for a second there he was about to try and get past Provost as well in one manoeuvre. Pit stop for the 777. Alexandre Lafourcade vacating the Lamo Racing Nova. And that might be Quentin Antonell getting on board the car. Just looking at the helmet from memory, to be honest, but we'll wait and get the confirmation. We were looking at the entry a little bit earlier and just wondering, well, it's marked as an ultimate class entry, but it does have Quentin Antonell on the... Yes, it is Quentin Antonell. So that is not a ultimate class entry there, because Antonell is a silver class driver, and those should be his first laps of the race. So Antonell was in the car in Portimao as well, replacing Thomas Perrin. And there we see, look, again, the braking issues there, seemingly for the number 1 Team Virage car. I'd love to hear from Axel Noss at the end of this stint and just see what on earth he's having to do to keep that car on the road, because we saw him have 2 little moments braking for the hairpin at turn 6. We've just seen it again at the Sachs curve there as well, locking up the front and losing the back end of the car. How are his lap times at the moment? Well, they're not great, to be honest. He's lapping in the 1-minute 40s. He's lapping in the 1-minute 40s. James Winslow behind him more than a second a lap quicker. He's actually on a similar pace to the bronze drivers at the moment, which is just not what you'd anticipate at all from Axel Noss, compared to our race leader who's doing 38. Well, he's still going to try and go around the MV2S racing car here. The number 28, Philip Simodomo, in 11th position. Tries to get the up and under. It looked steady under braking there for Axel Noss, but yeah, he's cleared him on the exit. Not full position. The Axel Noss, second of the LMP3 runners at the moment. Nathan Kumar, 7 seconds up the road. Right, Nathan Kumar with one more mandatory stop to do, and we heard from George King. Should be taking that car to the checkered flag. We have car number 21, Quentin Antonell. Will be under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That might have been one of the Bassoras who... sorry, excuse me, it's Quentin Bassora. Sorry, I was getting confused with Quentin Antonell there. So, yeah, Quentin Bassora in the car at the moment. And he is the son of another lad and dad combination. Yep, speeding in pit lane there. That is normally a bit of a slam dunk. Right, let's see how Axel Noss's times are doing now. Well, that was a 1:41, but he was rounding up the MV2S racing car as well, and it was an almost identical time to his nearest class rival, Nathan Kumar. Not sure how much traffic he had, but you would anticipate Noss to be closing that gap. As James Winslow is at the moment. So Noss in the 141s, James Winslow in the 138s. So let's just keep an eye on this number 1 car through some of the braking zones, especially because there does seem to be some potential woes there. I mean, we were talking about it earlier in the race that this car that had a spin in private practice 2 yesterday morning, and they could not get it fired up again afterwards. Whether initially they thought it might be the starter motor, they changed that, it still wouldn't start. They tore the car to pieces to try and get it ready for qualifying, were unable to do so. Had to ship an engine over from Imola, where the team is competing over in the European Le Mans series this weekend as well. Get that car ready, and wrapping up the engine change at 3 o'clock this morning, and just praying that the car would fire for the race today, and it has done, and it's looked very good for them so far. Hopefully this is not a sign of impending issues for the number 1 team, the team that leads in LMP3 going into this weekend after the overall victory in the 6 Hours of Portimao race last time out. Heading back towards the hairpin. I see it looks all right there. I don't know, maybe some brake balance adjustments have helped to calm the rear end down. This is our race leader in LMP3, and the gap has come down quite a little bit. It's 5.7 seconds now, because last time Axel Noss was back in the 139s, Nathan Kumar in the high 140s. So yeah, that is the lead for LMP3. We can see the 2 cars separating. They've got clear track in front of them as well. Meanwhile, yet more pain for car number 28, because Philippe Simodomo has picked up a 4th track limit infringement, and so that's another 5-second time penalty. And it's only going to get worse with each track limit infringement that comes in hence. So that's 10 seconds that the 28 is going to have to take at the end of the race, which at the moment would drop them just 1 spot behind Karen Gaillard, I believe. But still another hour and 16 to go. So the lead in LMP3 now down to 3.2 seconds for Nathan Kumar and the TS course Duqueine, with Axel Noss starting to close him down. He can see that green Duqueine getting bigger and bigger in his windshield. Can Axel Noss? So he rounds the hairpin. And again, last time round, low 39s for Axel Noss. A minor improvement for Nathan Kumar, mid to high 41s, but still enough to bring the gap down by over a second for Axel Noss. Philippe Simodomo here has just picked up a second 5-second time penalty for track limits infringements. Karen Gaillard chasing him as well in the 71 ANS car. So whatever the team were looking for when the back end was off in that pit stop, it's firing well now is the ANS car. Karen Gaillard, the 22-year-old Swiss racer who started competing in prototype racing last year in the European Endurance Prototype Cup in the MPO2 category, and managed to score 4 podiums in her first year of prototypes and fought for the overall lead in Paul Ricard at the end of last year, and now an Iron Dame as well with Celia Martin. They've been on the podium together, and well, look how much it's closed up. Karen Gaillard going for the move on the inside of Philippe Simodomo into turn 2. This is for 11th position, and the ANS car goes through. Karen Gaillard up into 11th position now. Next car up the road for her is some 40 seconds. Dominic Schrammel in the High by T2 Racing Duqueine. That is 4th in LMP3. It's only 1.1 seconds now separating our leaders in LMP3, Nathan Kumar and Axel Noss in 24 and car number 1. 4th and 5th position overall for the lead in LMP3. Jonathan Thomas here, our race leader, still with a very healthy advantage out there, and is close to putting a lap on Kevin Rabin, the car that started on pole position, of course. And Axel Noss is through into the lead in LMP3. It's just come across on the timing script because Nathan Kumar is into pit lane. And so maybe getting it done just before he could be passed on track. And so Nathan Kumar in for the driver swap. And we think it'll be George King who will be taking that car to the finish. Louis Maurice there getting ready to take over the CD Sports number 4 car from his father Maxence. Approaching the final hour of the race. Nova's 1, 2 and 3. Jonathan Thomas in CD Sport leads Philippe Thiron and Pierre-Alexandre Provost. The lead in LMP3 just changed hands with the leader coming into the pits, Nathan Kumar. So Axel Noss now at the head of the field. And Rafael Narak still running strong, third of the LMP3 runners with James Winslow between him and Nathan Kumar. So TS Corsa getting ready to head back out. We think that'll be George King in the car now. So Axel Noss, our new leader in LMP3, the championship leader in LMP3 after victory in Portimao. The Barcelona-based Swiss-French driver who won on his wildcard appearance at the Paul Ricard finale with Team Virage last year. And he, well, shortly after he made the switch to prototypes from single-seater racing, as we see the 88 in. So Rafael Narak will hand over to the other silver driver, which is Daniel Macia. But Axel Noss, he initially started in GTs, and the Nova Race Honda in Italian GT last year, having previously competed in the Formula Regional European Championship, but this year making his first season of prototype competition. He made his debut at the end of last year, and also with some Le Mans Cup appearances with Breton Racing and with Graf as well. This being his primary campaign. Race leader Jonathan Thomas into the pits as well. And so I wonder if it'll be Thomas Imborg who takes that car to the checkered flag. Turn 2 incident has been noted. We didn't quite see that, but something being looked at there. Rafael, it should be Daniel Macier now in 88. Yes, it is just confirmed on the timing screen. That's just left pit lane. George King, our reigning champion, now at the wheel of the 24 TS Corsa Duqueine in 12th position overall. And we heard from him earlier, and he said he was very eager to get going with the driving today. Hasn't done many laps in the dry this weekend, so looking forward to getting some laps out there in the final stint of this race. George King closing in on Nicolas Molini. There's 2.8 seconds between himself and the reigning MPO2 champion. That'll be a battle. Reigning overall champion, the reigning MPO2 champion. Linus Stern, and separated by just 1.7 seconds as it stands. Rodolfo Rosati and Felipe Simodomo squabble over 12th position. Rosati there in the 73 ANS car down the inside at turn 2. And makes that move stick. So that's 12th position now for the Frenchmen, who are leading the way in the MPO2 Ultimate standings for the all bronze lineups in the MPO2 category. It was a Zosh competition for Rodolfo Rosati last year alongside Claude Rosati. But now with ANS after scoring 2 podium finishes last year. Number 1 coming into the pits. Axel Noss. Looks like he's getting set to hand over to Sasha Lehmann with 66 minutes left on the clock. That might be a stretch in terms of the fuel, so it might need a splash. This will be its last mandatory stop, but it might need a splash at the end, because we're expecting these cars can do 55 minutes. If there's a safety car, it will really, really help their cause. And yes, it is Sasha Lehmann getting ready to climb aboard the 22-year-old Frenchman. So this leader in LMP3, remember. So interesting to see where it comes out relative to the TS Course car, because they were line astern when George King, or when Nathan Kumar, I should say, brought that car in to hand over to George King. The difference between them is not much in terms of the pit stop times either. Both taking 35 seconds of handicap for 2 silver drivers. And George King has been lapping well, but last time around, 1:47.4, so must have had some sort of drama on that previous lap, because that's about, well, at least 10 seconds off what you'd expect him to be doing. So we also saw the number 4 car in the pits as well, which is Maxence Maurice, handing over what we think was handing over to Louis Maurice. He was ready to go, wasn't he, when we saw him in the garage? So Philippe Thiron now leads this race with Thomas Imborg having just come out of pit lane. The all-bronze Kogamo Racing crew that leads the field ahead of Pierre-Alexandre Provost, still lapping around 2 seconds or so slower than the young Frenchman. But still with 25 seconds or so. So it was a minute earlier when we started looking at those lap times, but 25 seconds it has been reduced to, with Provost eating away at that deficit. It's just been passed by George King on track, actually, but of course George King a few laps down, and George King actually doing the fastest first sector of the race. And so maybe he can take back the LMP3 lap record here. 1:35.099, set by Manuel Espirito Santo in this meeting last year. Right, as we approach the start of the final hour, let's head down to Claire Cottingham in the pit lane.
Yeah, pop down to speak to Axel just to see what's happening with that number one car. You've just jumped out and given it to your teammate Sasha. Were you struggling a little bit out there? What was happening?
What? Can you repeat? Sorry.
Were you struggling with your tyres at all out there?
I mean, as the middleman in the strategy, the idea for my run was to save tires, save fuel to gain more laps towards the end of the run, and I managed that decently. I think about like 2-3 laps. I saved 2-3 laps in fuel, and I hit a bit hard the tire in the end. It wasn't optimal. I was struggling quite a bit, but I'm quite happy with my first 50 minutes of my run. I ran for 1 hour and 10, and I think I started losing my focus a bit in the last 5-10 minutes. But yeah, I think Sasha is in optimal position to do good result, and I hope he'll do well. He'll do well for sure.
Was it just getting a bit warm out there, or what was happening?
Yeah, let's say I killed the tires a bit too early. Let's say I used the tires a bit too early, and when it started to get a lot of heat on track, and the track temp started to raise up, I started sliding a lot more and losing a bit of time and traction. So I didn't maximize that part, but I'm quite happy with what I did today.
I was going to say, you still did a great job. There's still a chance for a class win out there as well.
Yeah, Sasha's stint in Portimao was very good, and there's no reason for him to misperform or anything. I think I trust him, I believe in him, and I think we'll get the good result in the end.
Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Approaching the end of hour 3 then, as it stands, Philippe Thiron leads in the 555 Kogamo Racing Nova. He is being chased heavily, though, as the bronze driver by Pierre-Alexandre Provost, who is lapping some 2 seconds a lap faster, and the gap now approaching 20 seconds between the top two. In the 27, but actually Provost just into pit lane, actually, and so it will be Johan Russell who should be promoted to second position in the second of the Kogamo Racing Novas in 1:54. Just behind them, race leader in LMP3. We're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. Is the 68 Hallyday by T2 Racing, Dominic Schrammel, their silver driver. Currently at the wheel of that car. But George King in second position in LMP3 in the number 24 TS Corsa. And now Sasha Lehmann third. It should still be in the number 21 Team Virage car, having just gone out on track. So as we approach the final hour, let's look back on what's happened so far. Final hour of round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. 4 hours of Hockenheim. It is now Johan Russell who leads the rally driver in the 154 Kokomo racing car with Philippe Thuron just coming into pit lane. And, so it was a Kokomo 1-2 as we started the last hour, but now it is this year's Monte Carlo Rally WRC2 class winner, the 29-year-old Frenchman who was talking to Claire a little bit earlier on, now at the wheel of the car and leading the way for Kokomo Racing. And Sebastian Morales' team. So that might well put Karen Gaillard into second position overall in the ANS Motorsports car that started in third position. Yes, it does. It's been confirmed on the timing screen. 64 seconds back from Russell, but now up into second position is Karen Gaillard. George King back into the lead of LMP3. Right, as I said, that comes into pit lane as well. It just moved up into third position overall. That should be his last mandatory stop. Cars that do not have to come in again are the number 7 James Winslow and the number 1 Sasha Lehmann. They're separated by only 8 tenths of a second at the moment. That could end up being for the overall win if things go well. So yeah, we need to be looking at 10th and 11th really, with James Winslow and Sasha Lehmann. The number 7 Graf Racing Nova and the number 1 Team Virage LMP3 car, who are currently disputing what could end up being the overall lead of the race. Quentin Bassora has done his last stop as well, just behind them, as has Daniel Macia. So 10th through to 13th, they've done their stops. This is the Hallyday car. Marcel Usenbra with Tim Merieux close behind him for position. Johan Rossell, our race leader, into pit lane as well. So Karen Gaillard should be leading when she gets over the timing line. We have had a stop-go penalty, by the way, for the DB Autosports car. That was for speeding in pit lane. So that's Quentin and Daniel Bassora. Sasha Lehmann has got past James Winslow now in 9th position. So the number 1 Team Virage car is now the lead car that has no more mandatory stops to do, but not entirely sure if that car can make it to the end of the race. It came in with 65 minutes or so, so about 10 minutes longer than what we normally see these cars able to achieve. So Stefan Rupp here in the Reiter Engineering number 57 machine. The Reiter team, the manufacturer, created in 2000 by Hans Reiter, that was initially helping Lamborghini with the production of the Gallardo during its racing tenure in the GT3 European Championship and GT Masters, but more recent years have helped produce KTM's GT2 and GT4 cars as well. But currently circulating in 20th position is Stefan Rupp. Karen Gaillard now into the overall lead of the race. Rodolfo Rizzati up into second as well. So it's ANS Motorsports 1 and 2 as it stands. This is Sasha Lehmann, and the car he passed a couple of laps ago, James Winslow, just going through the shot there as well. Sasha Lehmann in a very good position here. George King is doing his last stop as well, so it's important to see where he comes out in relation to Sasha Lehmann there, the Team Virage car, because they were squabbling for the LMP3 lead, and after this neither of them have got another pit stop to make. So Johan Rossell just in on the exit of pit lane, which is interesting because he's also done his last stop as well. Let's see where he is. Yeah, there he is in front of Sasha Lehmann there. So they're line astern on the track. So Johan Russell, I think out in, yeah, 6th position, just ahead of Sasha Lehmann. Oh, this is Tim Merriot getting very close to the back of Loris Keiber's Graf Racing Nova. And having to take a little bit of the escape road to make sure he didn't hit the back of the Nova in front of him. Loris Keiber's they're in 17th position. Whereas Tim Merriot there in 11th, so it's not a battle for position. Sasha Lehmann right on the back of Johan Russell, by the way, for 6th position. They're the top 2 cars that don't have to come back into pit lane. So the 154 Kogumo car under big pressure from Sasha Lehmann in Team Virage for what might be the lead of the race. Trying to see where they are on track at the moment. They're just coming out of turn 6 at the hairpin. And I think even the Sasha Lehmann has already gone through. Yes, he has. We can just see it in the background of the shot there. He has gone through. So Sasha Lehmann up into 6th position. So 46 minutes or so left on the clock, and once again the MV2S racing car has an attempt to clear the Graf car in front of it. This is Rodolfo Rosati in 73 in pit lane. So 88 now in 10th position overall, Daniel Macier, but second in LMP3. So George King came out in 4th in that class after his stop. So currently Team Virage 1 and 2 in the LMP3 category. Thomas Imborg back up into 2nd position. Got another time penalty, this time for the Hallyday by T2 Racing car, and it's for track limits infringements from Marcel Ussenbrough. Marcel, who did Road to Le Mans a few weeks ago, also very familiar in Porsche Cup machinery. Let's go downstairs to Claire Cottingham.
Yep, come down to MG Sound Studio, find out what happened to car number 61. Andy, I'm sorry to see what happened out there. Could you just talk us through what happened to the Ginetta?
Yeah, unfortunately we make a new clutch at Portimao and now it's gone. That's shit happens sometimes middle of the face.
I'm not sure we're allowed to swear, so I will apologise just for that little swear word there. How was it going before that happened?
Yeah, car works very well. We make some setup changes. We don't drive. Yesterday we drive 1 hour in the wet, 1 lap in the wet, and then we lost it because it doesn't make sense for us. And we start from the last position in the grid, the best position that we have. We're 8 incomplete. So first stint was excellent. The car does well. Sorry, my English is so bad.
Oh, it's better than any of my other languages. You're good.
And yeah, we are from the times and from the position gaining, we are happy. But unfortunately, racing.
At least there is some positives to take away. Are you coming to the next round in Mugello as well?
Sure.
Yeah, so you can come back fighting?
Yeah, because Martin, my friend, and me, we are both 62. We are like a stone, and we do it.
Well, bad luck today. Hopefully better luck for Mugello.
Yeah, we hope all.
Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you for introducing.
43 minutes just under left on the clock. Karen Gaillard leads in the ANS number 71 car. At the top 3, all with one more mandatory pit stop to make. And Pierre-Alexandre Provost has, well, at least one. Might well pick up a penalty for the other. There's an asterisk next to his pit stop counter, and when we saw this in Portimao, they would receive a penalty and then the asterisk would clear, and they would lose one of the mandatory stops as well. So I'm not too terribly hopeful for the number 27 MV2S racing crew there, but we will see. So obviously the top drivers that haven't stopped, that don't have to stop: Sasha Lehmann, Johan Russell, James Winslow, Daniel Macier, Frederic Croulet, potentially. Yep, he's good, as is Morlini, Quentin Antonell, Loris Kuipers, Danny Bonchu, and Quentin Basura as well. This is that fourth place car that still showing that has 2 mandatory stops left, so it might not have met all the requirements in one of the pit stops, and that's why there is the asterisk next to it at the moment. And that is the 88. Just behind, putting a lap on the Hallyday by T2 Racing Duqueine. George King has just made his way up into 3rd position in the LMP3 standings by clearing Marcel Ussenborough. And that is at 13th position overall, reigning champion. Would take quite a miraculous something to deny Team Virage a 1-2 finish as it stands. Team Virage also competing out in Imola this weekend in the European Le Mans Series. Certainly consider this a good start to today's proceedings. Have a 1-2 finish in their class. But still just under 40 minutes left to go in this race. And although we've had 3 safety car interventions, it's been no real major dramas out there. Of course, everyone at the Ultimate Cup wishing the best to Stéphane Ortelli after his very dramatic moment in Portimao, very dramatic crash. That was all started by Nathan Crummins literally flipping his MV2S Racing Nova, going out wide on the exit of that last corner, hit a bump, and the car took off. And he flipped across the track, and in slowing down to try and avoid the crash, Stéphane Ortelli was hit at the rear, and then a huge moment for himself as well. We're wishing him well in his recovery, and also to the Noguchi competition team, the family-run team that has got quite a job on their hands to get back on the grid. But Nathan Crummins, actually ran into Nathan Crummins in the bar after the race, and he was just there enjoying his beer. I half expected him to be in a cast from head to toe, but no, it was just there. He's there. Oh, I hurt my hand a little bit, but I'm okay. The absolute legend that is Nathan Crummins, just enjoying his dinner after one of the scariest crashes that I've ever seen. So Daniel Macier continues to circulate in the 88 car, the 22-year-old from Santa Paula, who made his car racing debut in 2021 in Spanish F4. Went back to karting the following year, and then back to Spanish F4 for a partial campaign. Making his first full season in prototype racing this year, as in comes Karen Gaillard, the race leader in the ANS Motorsport. This will be her last mandatory pit stop of the race, and so we would anticipate Thomas Inborg, Sebastian Morales and Pierre-Alexandre Provost in soon to follow suit. Provost has gone across the line. And Louis Maurice is only 1.2 seconds behind Johan Roussel in the number 4 CD Sport car for what is 6th position overall. Yeah, 88 putting a lap there on Clement Marino. So we wait to see where Karen Gaillard comes out relative to the cars that have already made their stops, particularly Sasha Lehmann and Johan Roussel. So yeah, into the last 35 minutes now, and be shorter fuel stops, you'd have thought as well, but still a mandatory minimum pit stop time. That is to be respected. So yeah, that's not Sasha Lehmann. It is Daniel Messier on the back of Pierre-Alexandre Prost there. Gap closing up even more between Louis Maurice and Johan Roussel, actually, in 6th and 7th. The 154 Kogamo Racing and the number 4 CD Sport car, now just 9/10 of a second between them. What is 5th position of the MPO2 runners. Thomas Imborg, of course, now leads the race, and it looks like in 71 they've put Aiko Segret back in the car. Yes, they have. So Karen Gaillard's done her stint, and they've put Aiko Segret in for the final 30 or so minutes of this race. And he's currently in second place still, but we'll see where he ends up. Yeah, he's fallen off the podium now. So this is now our new race leader, Thomas Imborg, in the number 5 CD sports car. I'm staggered that car has been able to, because we've seen the all-silver lineups in the past that they haven't been able to overcome those handicaps, whereas this number 5 CD sports crew has done a sterling job to keep Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas right in play here. Still got one more mandatory stop to make, of course, so we'll see where they feed out relative to Sasha Lehmann, Johan Roussel and co. Aiko Segret coming out of pit lane now. There he is. So the question is, has he come out in front or ahead or behind Sasha Lehmann? The number 5 car is heading down. The 71 heading down towards the hairpin. Whereas number 1 is just about to start another lap. So I guess we'll see in a sec. Yes, it has come out behind Sasha Lehmann. So the LMP3 race leader, still the top of the cars, yet to make a have done all their mandatory stops, I should say. Let's see who Claire Cottingham has got for us in pit lane.
I've come down to speak to Karen Gailard at ANS Motorsport. You just stepped out the car. How are you feeling? Are you all right?
Yes, all good, all good. Now we have to see if we can win or not. It's a bit shame because we were leading with a few laps gap with the second car, but we had some engine problem and had to stop. But now it seems working good, so we have to see if we can still win or not.
Are you pleased with your stint and how it all went?
Yes, a bit difficult at the end. The tires were completely dead, but I bring the car back, so it's good.
The main thing is to bring the car back. That's always the absolute main thing. A lot of the drivers out there were saying it was incredibly warm as well. Were you finding any issues with anything on track? Or just the tyres kind of going?
No, the tyres, it was a big degradation, so a bit difficult again, but everything else good.
Are you starting to feel a little bit nervous? How are you going to watch this last stint?
No, I mean, nervous or not, I cannot change something, so just watch and see how it goes, and I hope it will be good.
Are you feeling under pressure? Were you feeling under pressure out on track, or will you just sort of like bring it home?
No pressure.
It's a classic racing driver response. No, I'm okay.
We have some. I did a good walk this winter with my mental coach from the Iron Dams, and I feel really good.
And are we on our last stop? There's no more stops for the team?
No, it was the last stop.
Okay, so this is now a battle on the road.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and see how your team's getting on.
Thank you.
Karen Gaillard from car number 71, that is now circulating in 9th position. So good to get a confirmation there. It's some sort of engine issue on that car. That seems to have cost it a bit of speed, because it was running incredibly well earlier in the race. So this is 2 of the LMP3 cars, but not for position. George King third of the LMP3 runners, and coming up against Daniel Mazier, who's second, but they are a lap apart. Or, yeah, 1 lap apart in their running. So second and third in the timing order, yes. And second and third on the road, but quite a few cars in the overall positions between these two cars. Into the final half an hour of the 4 hours of Hockenheim in round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Thomas Imborg currently leads, Pierre-Alexandre Prost in second, and Sebastian Morales in third, but all owe us one more pit stop. Sasha Lehmann, the LMP3 race leader, in fourth, the top of the runners yet to that have given us all of the mandatory stops, for Johan Roussel 6.6 seconds back in the Kokomo 154 Nova. Louis Maurice also owes us a stop in the CD Sport Nova number 4, and then James Winslow in number 7. And yeah, if memory serves me correctly, that was the car that had the puncture on like the second lap. Yes, because it was John Corbett driving, wasn't it? And yes, James, for how upset he looked earlier on, could still be on course for a really strong finish here, depending on where he emerges in amongst these cars that are yet to complete their 4 mandatory stops. Some of them are going to be leaving it quite late here. You're not allowed to stop in the last 15 minutes of the race, so the pit lane will close in 16 and a half minutes time-ish. There is car number 1. Now 7.5 seconds clear of Johan Roussel, who we believe is his nearest rival, and this is the car that could end up taking the lead of the race in a few minutes' time. Heading into the hairpin, I think that's a Racing Spirit of Le Mans car that is just behind it on the road. It's 2 seconds to Louis Maurice behind Roussel, and then 11 seconds to James Winslow. Constantly getting track limits warnings on the time screen popping up, as I think Erwin Creed has just vacated the number 72 ANS Motorsports Nova there, having brought it into pit lane. So could be Mathis Poulet taking over for the last half an hour. I haven't I remember seeing his name pop up on the timing, although they are currently running in 22nd place. The 72, that was the car that was caught up in the hairpin, if memory serves me correctly, with Balaz Volontier and Eric Troulet. So it looks like they've got that car repaired. So we're going to have 3 ANS cars back running again. And that's Daniel Macier. That's Daniel Macier passing James Winslow for 7th position overall into turn number 2 there. So the 88 Team Virage car moving ahead of the Graf Racing number 7 of James Winslow. But James is challenging the Spaniard on the outside into the hairpin. That is a move for position, with Team Virage usurping Graf Racing there with 24 minutes left on the clock. So Daniel Macier still second of the LMP3 runners. And now up into 7th position overall, which might end up being an overall podium as well, depending on what happens with the remaining pit stops. 4 cars in front of them that are yet to complete their final stop. And well, one of them has just come in, Louis Maurice, in the number 4 CD Sport car, the son of the lad and dad combination, him and Maxence. Louis, still very early in his racing career, having done 2 years in the Alpine Elf Cup series, a podium finish there, and now joining his father in the CD Sports car. Well, for the last 20 minutes or so of this race, we've got Kevin Rabin joining us in the commentary box. Kevin, hi, how's your race going?
Hi, well, it was a hard race. My stint was very long. I had 1 hour and 15 minutes, I think. So I just came back from a small massage, and now I'm ready to go. But no more racing for today.
I've always been so jealous of all these racing drivers that get to just have these massage people come around with the little table and everything. And you know, I do a hard day's work as well. I'd like one as well sometimes.
Yeah, of course, it's really something helpful, because when you just go out of the car, you're tired, and there's a massage that's waiting for you. So yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. So tell us about joining the Lambo racing team, because you were. Was it a late entry? I mean, we didn't see you on the initial entry list, so was it a late call-up?
Yeah, I've been called by my engineer, I think Monday evening. He just told me there's maybe an opportunity to go race this weekend. So I accepted it, but yeah, it was a later entry, and I just came in on Wednesday, I think, and I finished at around 1 a.m. doing and preparing for the car and everything. So yeah, I was really late, but I'm happy to be here.
And you're still relatively new to prototype racing. If I have it correctly, you started in the Winter Series this year, didn't you?
So I had 4 weekends in the Winter Series. It's kind of a good adventure, and I did it with the ANS Motorsport team. It was really good. I could prepare for the Midget International France Championship racing. So a bit shout out to the VPS racing team over there. I have a training next week, so yeah. But it was really good. So
yeah, it was. And is that the plan to pursue more opportunities in prototype racing?
Yeah, of course. I've been discussing with my family, and I think endurance racing is, I think, the best opportunity for me, because it's something I like and I want to pursue. So yeah, maybe we'll go forward to it. Maybe to do in a few years the LMS or Michelin Le Mans Cup. But yeah, we'll see.
I think that's so refreshing to hear a young driver actively pursuing prototypes, because I think a lot of young drivers get too caught up with the idea of, oh, I need to be in Formula One, I want to be in Formula One, it's the only way to be a successful racing driver, when the reality is you are far more likely to find success as a professional driver in the world of sports car racing.
Yeah, of course, because when I was in the karting, every driver wanted to be in the Formula One, doing F4, the Italian Championship, and the rest. But for me, I always saw the problem that there's the money, in fact. So when you don't really have, I'm not a millionaire, so it's not really a thing I can do. Go in Formula One, but if there's an opportunity, of course, I'll take it. But it's not the plan A to go there.
We saw you have a great scrap out there. It wasn't necessarily for position. One was trying to lap the other, but you were going up against one of the other young guns in the championship. And I thought it was great to see two young rising stars of prototype racing going absolutely hammer and tongs. I'm going to try and remember who it was actually with, but maybe you remember the battle slightly more.
Yeah, a bit. So I was with 3 cars, but I didn't really know where I was. So I told my engineer if I need to let him pass because he's faster than me and maybe have a lap ahead, but I didn't really know. So I just let pass the pole position man in the race. So then I just made my way with him, and yeah.
Ah, yes, that was it. It was with the Lamo car. Oh no, it wasn't. No, ignore me. There's too many cars in this race.
Yeah.
I was.
But in fact, it's good because there's competition in every cases. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Where did you start out? I'm always curious about Swiss racing drivers, about where they actually get the itch for racing from, given that it's largely banned in Switzerland.
Yeah, so I started at the age of maybe competition at 12, but some rental car I started when I was maybe 7 or 8, and I did a tour with my father first to introduce me to the karting. And then I told him, nah, just let me try and alone, and it really catch me, so I liked it a lot. And then at the age of 12, my mother and father found a Swiss team to race in so the Swiss Championship and the Yamaha Switzerland and the Euro Series as well. So we found a good team, and I managed to do 2 years over there, and quite be successful in the Euro and Junior, because I finished 15 in the International X30 Junior Championship, and then but I didn't really have time to progress in the Junior because of my age. I needed to go to Senior directly, so it was really quick.
And have you found racing here this weekend? Have you raced at Hockenheim before?
No, never.
How do you find it?
Well, it was really good. I enjoy it a lot because, well, it's always good to find a new track to race in, and it's just a passion. Every track you go, you're more likely to have fun every time. So yeah.
Yeah, I always hear a lot of people always talk about old Hockenheim. I mean, you're far too young to have ever actually watched a race on TV around that track. But yes, we always hear about, the old Hockenheim was so much better. But I personally am a massive fan of the current layout.
Yeah,
of
it's really good. Yeah.
Turn 2 all the way to turn 12, you can have constant swapping and passing and ducking and diving.
There can be a lot of action in overtaking, so yeah, it's really good.
Right, we've got a replay here of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Is it going to get into the back of the Reiter Engineering car?
Oh,
well, it got
almost touch,
very close indeed. Because the Reiter Engineering car was coming into pit lane. This is something I've noted the last few times I've been here. That when you come into pit lane, they have to check up a little bit, they back out, and you get so many close calls with if you've got someone right up your chuff.
Yeah, it can be dangerous because if you suddenly block the one that's behind you, because you need to go to the right as well, so it's a bit tricky for the one back at the back to know what you're gonna do. So yeah, it's really tricky.
Pit lane is about to close for business in 2-1 now. Pierre-Alexandre Provost and Sébastien Morales did make it in time for before the pit lane closed. So now we're going to see what the true order is. And I think somehow Thomas Imborg in the number 5 CD Sport car is still hanging on to this ahead of Sascha Lehmann. He came out on the previous lap, so we'll get confirmation when they get back over the timing line, but it's looking very handy for CD Sport with 15 minutes left on the clock for them to take a first victory of the season, but still looking strong for Team Virage in terms of the LMP3 standings. And yes, Thomas Imborg, the 23-year-old Frenchman, is still leading this race, despite their heavy handicaps for the all-silver lineup. And we'll see what their advantage is shortly. I would anticipate Sascha Lehmann to come out in second position here, but again, we'll wait for the timing to update. Yes, I think he has gone across the line there in second. So 14 minutes left on the clock, and CD Sport on course to make it 3 different teams winning in the first 3 races of the championship as it stands. So Kevin, we'll go back to you. Will we be seeing you at other rounds, do you reckon, or do you have other plans?
Well, I don't really know because, I'm a student, so I still go to school for the moment because I'm 16. But yeah, this weekend I was not even supposed to come here. I was on my sofa, sick, so...
Really?
So I just
What
came.
with? Should I be worried?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine for the moment, but we'll see, But yeah, I hope to maybe do some races with maybe Lamo or other teams. The opportunity is big, so we'll see.
I have so much respect for anybody who is able to combine racing with studying. All young athletes, I think, in any sport who still have to go to school but manage to, on the weekends, do all of this.
Yeah,
I mean, you
really
must have
hard.
so much on your plate.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's really hard because like the end of the year, I used to go to sleep near 1 a.m. because of my studies.
Oh.
So it's really hard to keep up with the both of them. To be performant in school and in racing because everyone wants some results. So it's really hard to just keep up with both. So yeah.
So where are you at the moment? The sort of entering the college level?
Well, before in Switzerland we call it the Maturité Suisse. So it's a diploma. It's like the bac, in France. So I don't know what's in England.
It's very different to the UK
really.
system by the sound of it.
So I finished school, the obligatory school. So I'm just doing my diploma to have some luggage in case of an accident or.
Yeah.
I
What are you
can't-
studying specifically?
So it's all German, mathematics, French, all the subject and the scientific subject. So to have a good base for what you want to do later on the work. So it's a base plan that just offers you many opportunities to learn and to achieve competence and go where you want later. So
The language is very helpful, I think,
Yeah,
in
of
international
course.
racing, especially here. Very French
Yeah.
paddock it is. So
well, originally I don't speak English. I'm only Switzerland and
See,
I come from
how
Switzerland.
long have you been speaking English then?
Well, I learned it at maybe 6, 7.
Whoa.
And then,
Okay.
just got better and better every year. So, yeah.
Well, you'd never know. But if you have been speaking it for 10 years, so it does help.
Yeah.
I'm always just staggered by people who can just speak English so well, and also people who can flick between
Yeah,
languages with
because,
ease. Because you'll find out. My French is no good at all. I've been trying to learn more since joining the championship.
Yeah, but there's always place for accomplishment and for, you can always learn. So there's no
Yeah.
problem. I did it, so
Exactly.
everyone can do it.
Oh no, I think you're being hard on yourself there. I was going to ask you actually, because you've been rather ticking off the prototypes, haven't you? Because you drove the CN in the Winter Series, the LMP3 as well, didn't you?
No, not for the moment.
No? Okay. Well, there's an issue on the Drive DB page that I'm going to contact them about because it said you touched on the LMP3.
Yeah, but I'm looking for it, but
yeah. Okay. Okay, so the CN and the MPO2.
Yeah.
What's the difference between those two?
Well, the CN, I didn't try it, but it was planned to do. But I only did the NP02 for the moment. But I'm looking forward to going maybe next year in the P3 and to try out with teams this winter and this summer to see how it goes, and then we'll see what we do.
Have you seen the new generation of LMP3 cars that have been unveiled? We've seen the Ligier, we've seen the Adès.
Yeah, not for the moment. I didn't have time because of school.
Yeah.
Excuse, but yeah, no, I didn't really have time. But it looks fantastic. I just had some plans, and yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, and of course Ginetta have been here with the CMR team developing their next generation car as well. So yet to see action from Duqueine on that front. But yeah, it looks really exciting, the future of LMP3.
Yeah. It looks appetizing, and for young drivers, it's a really good opportunity to go in LMP2 later on and to learn the car really good to success after. But the CN and the NP02 are really good cars to start with because they're not really hard to drive. They're easy to understand, and when you race with it like for a long time, you become a master. So yeah, it's really good.
What are those building blocks that you're looking for when you step into one of these cars for the first time? When you say it's a good way to learn about the driving, what do you mean? What are you looking at?
Well, it's some steps, you know. You start with this, and then you see where it goes. But usually, you just jump out, just jump on for the LMP3. But it's a good basis to prototype because it's really not. The cost value is really good, and it's not compared to LMP3. It's not really. It's not. It's really cheap compared to it. So yeah. So it's a good compromise to learn and to do good. And a lot of racing with it.
Kevin Rabin, thank you very much for your insight. We'll let you get on and get back to the team for the final few minutes of the race. All the best for the last 7.5 minutes, and thank you for coming and having a chat.
Thank you. Bye. Have a good day.
Cheers. And in the meanwhile, let's go down to Claire, who is at CD Sport.
Jonathan Thomas alongside me. How are the nerves? How are we feeling?
Very nervous.
Would you going to take the microphone there? I feel like you're going to do karaoke or something.
What's happening? Yeah, very nervous. It's going to be very tight on fuel. So it's either going to be like a make it or break it type of thing we're doing now. So yeah, a bit nervous.
Okay, talk to me. Are we going to have to go into fuel saving then?
Thomas is in the car and he is actually fuel saving at the moment. So yeah, basically it is what it is, what happens.
How tight, I don't think that's the right word. How much are we fuel saving? Is it a bit of a concern to get to the line?
It is a little bit of a concern. Well, he's doing the best of that he can with still being able to manage the gap behind. But he's definitely doing quite a bit of saving at the moment.
I believe you started the race, didn't you? We chatted to you on in second position, and you were very confident that the win could potentially happen here. How confident are you feeling now with 8 minutes left on the clock?
Well, Thomas and I were both pretty confident. You never know what can happen. We knew we had a chance. Obviously, we have a chance now. It's just, like I said, it's just the whole fuel situation. That's it.
Really strong performance from you guys, though, especially your stint. How proud are you of what you managed out there?
I was happy with my stint. Near the end, our tires just fell off, so maybe we just had a bit of the wrong tire pressure. But besides that, I was happy. I managed the gap, and yeah.
And how important will this win be for you today, especially within the championship and things?
Well, it would actually be a big relief because we've always been right up there in the last 2 rounds fighting for the lead, and we've had mechanical issues both times. So it will be just a big relief. That's all it will actually really be, more than championship.
Okay, I'll leave you to watch the last 5 minutes because otherwise you might explode. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very stressed.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no wonder Jonathan Thomas is stressed, especially if Thomas Imborg is having to fuel save. Memory goes back to I think it was David Drew who did the last stint in the number 9 Graf car in Paul Ricard, who was crawling around the last lap to try and not add an extra lap to the race distance that would have meant he'd run out of fuel on the last lap, but yeah, absolutely crawled around at the end of the race to make sure he had reached the end of the race. Less than 5 minutes to go. That number 1 car is leading in LMP3 and is lapping faster than Thomas Imborg, our race leader, by around half a second last time around, but the gap 48 seconds, so nothing that can be done unless Thomas Imborg has to go into extreme fuel save mode, or potentially, heaven forbid, even run out. It is Johan Russell, the rally driver, who is in 3rd position for the Kokomo Racing team in 154. Daniel Macier, 2nd of the LMP3 runners as well in the 88. Still a Virage 1-2 on that front. And then running at the MPO2 podium at the moment is James Winslow in the number 7 Graf car. Despite having suffered a puncture in the first 5 minutes of the race, that is some comeback drive from the number 7 crew. They should be very proud of that indeed. Would be their 2nd podium finish after their win in Portimao in the 6 hour last time out. See, last time around, 1.4 seconds was the difference between Thomas Imborg and Sasha Lehmann. I think for Thomas Imborg, this would be a first victory in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. First car racing win as well, I believe, as well. I mean, he was in karts last year and was 5th in his wildcard appearance at the end of last season with CD Sports. Whereas Jonathan Thomas was a winner in the MPO2 class with Nick and Michael last year. Of course, this would end Graf's run of victories in the MPO2 category, having won so far with the number 9 and the number 7 crew. Whereas Team Virage will continue in LMP3 with their winning streak. Back-to-back victories for the number 1 crew as well. As it stands, they would extend their championship lead. Not bad for a team that was worried that they weren't even going to be starting today's race. We'll be coming on to the final lap of the race next time around. Thomas Imborg, the 23-year-old Frenchman, making his way through the Sachs curve, and will shortly start the final lap of this 4-hour European Endurance Prototype Cup race, round 3 of the championship in 2024, that has provided plenty of thrills so far this year. 1 lap to go, and well, if it's going to conk out soon, I'm sure that Jonathan Thomas is keeping his fingers, his toes, everything he can possibly cross. He's going to keep them crossed for this last lap. Coming up on a bit of traffic as well now is the race leader. Still lapping in the high 1-minute 40s is Thomas Imborg, but has a significant healthy advantage over Sasha Lehmann, who's yet to even cross the timing line yet to start the final lap. just coming across there now. We'll get the official gap. It's 43 seconds. So took another 1.7 seconds out of him last time around, but nothing is going to be changing on this final lap by the looks of it. Into turn 8 for the last time, clearing the 777 car of Jean-Marc Alaphilippe. And then it's the 555 just in front of him. It's Sebastian Morales that's in 7th position. Right, so that will still be quite a quick car in front of him, but the clock has hit 0. We are on the last lap. Well, they were the most heavily handicapped car in this race, starting on the front row of the grid, but they have overcome it with sheer and outright speed. Thomas Inborg exits the final corner, and it is victory for CD Sports in round 3 of the European Endurance Prototype Cup in Hockenheim. Thomas Inborg and Jonathan Thomas are victorious for the first time this season, and for Thomas Inborg, it is a first win in the European Endurance Prototype Cup outright. We wait for Sascha Lehmann in the number 1 Team Virage car, who will take 2nd position overall and the LMP3 victory for the 2nd time in a row. The 22-year-old Frenchman rounding those last 2 corners, a car that we were worried wouldn't even start the race. The team up till 3 in the morning making sure it would get going. It's 2nd position for Sascha Lehmann, Axel Noss and Georgios Kolovos, and back-to-back LMP3 wins. They extend their lead in the championship. And that is a good day for Team Virage. 3rd across the line is Johan Rossell, 2nd of the MPO2 runners in the 154 Kokomo Racing Nova. For what I believe will be their 2nd podium finish of the, their 1st podium finish, I should say, sorry. And still squabbling in the closing stages of the race. Aiko Segret getting his elbows out against Danny Bundschuh. But 4th across the line was the 88 Team Virage car. Daniel Macier, who makes it a 1-2 finish for Team Virage in LMP3. Completing the MPO2 podium is James Winslow, a car that had a puncture in the first 5 minutes of the race with John Corbett at the wheel. And that is an astonishing recovery drive from Graf Racing, who bring the number 7 car home 3rd in their category. And 3rd across the line in LMP3 is George King in the number 24 TS Course Duqueine, alongside Nathan Kumar and Daniel Frost. Elsewhere in the top 10, Aiko Segret bringing the number 71 car home in 6th position. A car that started in 3rd place. That had an engine issue. They had to get the cover-offs on it, and so Segret, alongside Karen Gaylard and Mark Fagianato, 6th position in the end. Then the 555 Kokomo Racing car, Sébastien Morales, Philippe Thiron and Dennis Caillan in 7th. Pierre-Alexandre Provost and Christophe Cresp, 8th in the end for MV2S. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Nicolas Molini and Benjamin Monet in 9th. And completing the top 10 was Louis and Maxon Maurice and Christophe Carrière as well. But into Parc Fermé and celebrating the victory is Thomas Inborg and Jonathan Thomas in the CD Sports camp, and look how much that means to them. What a display from this team. I said the mechanical issues in the first 2 races that have prevented them from maximizing their full potential, but wow, boy, did we see the potential. And to think as well how many more seconds it could have been, because a number of safety car interventions as well that brought them back into the pack as well. 3 safety car interventions in the end, while they were establishing big gaps. 41.2 seconds in the end was their advantage to Sascha Lehmann. back-to-back victories in LMP3 for the number 1 crew from Team Virage. And let me see, Daniel Macier just parking up the 88 car as well. That's second of the LMP3 runners. I'm just staggered by Team Virage as well. We did not think that number 1 car would race. It did not take part in qualifying. They had to ship that engine from Imola overnight up till 3 in the morning trying to make sure it was ready. And they've come home second overall, winners in LMP3, extending the championship lead. I'm sure that the drivers did not think that was going to be happening 24 hours ago. Thomas Borg and Jonathan Thomas there just discussing the race. Claire Cottingham waiting to have a word with them as well. Yep, she can hear me in her ears. In fact, we might even be able to go down to them now. I'm getting the nod. Let's go. Let's hear from our race winners.
Hi guys, let's bring it forward. Congratulations. Well, we spoke to you just before the race ended about 8 minutes ago. You said it was all about fuel saving out there. You did an incredible job.
Yeah, that was like the team told me, you need to fuel save quite a lot. So I had to save a lot. And at the end, they told me you need to do that lap time in order to not make any more laps. So it was hard because the tires started to cool down. And so I had less and less grip. But at the end, we won, and that's the best thing.
How much were your lap times compromised out there with that fuel saving?
I don't know. At the end, it was, I think, something near 2 or 3 seconds. And when I was still pushing but fuel saving, I don't know, close to 1 second or something like that.
Jonathan, when we spoke to you, you were saying this would mean a lot to you. Now you've done it, how much does it mean to you?
Well, like I said, it's just been, we managed to do it last year, but now this year we just had so much reliability problems, I don't know, and bad luck. So now just getting it done is like that monkey off your back. So, geez.
Has your blood level started going back down again? You were very stressed when we spoke to you earlier.
Yes, because it's hectic. Because sharing a car, when you're not in the car, you're just hoping your teammate does his job. But I mean, Thomas is a professional, so he knows exactly what he's doing. So yeah, all good.
So what does it mean for you?
It means a lot. Like, it's my first year in race cars. I've done 10 years. We are super friends with Jonathan. Like, we know each other from the beginning of the year, basically. And it's like, I don't know, I can describe, it's more than a friendship, to be fair.
Well, that's lovely. Well, guys, go and congratulate with your team. Congratulations, overall winners today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. You what?
It's like a love-hate.
Oh, okay. We'll come back to that relationship another time. Let's just head over to the number 1 car, the Virage team, and speak to whoever I can grab. I'm going to grab Axel first because he is next to me and he loves talking to me. Look at that. No interest in talking to me. Congratulations, though. Oh, thanks, guys. Sorry, someone just said it was very pretty, so I'll take that. Axel, congratulations. You said your team were working until, 3 a.m. in the morning. You must be incredibly pleased.
Yeah, I'm just grateful to all the team, all the staff, and all the mechanics for the job they done. And as I said, it's thanks to all of them that we can race today, and we maximize what we could do in the race. I think P2 general, P1 in category is good, very good result. Everybody's pleased, and it's a good reward for the guys that worked until 3 a.m. and worked the whole day yesterday. So I'm very pleased with how it went.
Did the team think they could do this when they were finishing up at 3 a.m.? Did they think that this would be possible, second overall?
I mean, they just, to be fair, all we wanted was to finish the race, All the team wanted just to do 4 hours of racing, no problem, and the car to come back safe. So very pleased with how it went. Very happy, actually. Very good day.
Well, congratulations. Go and enjoy with your team who seem like they're in very good spirits. I'd grab Sasha as well. Just pop in, Sasha. You finished the stint out there. How was it? Congratulations for your second place.
Thanks. Really tricky at the end. The tires were going off, especially the rears in the stadium section. First, I want to say something that I didn't say in Portimao. I wish a happy recovery and quick recovery to Stéphane. I was really shocked by this accident before my last time, so I wanted to say it. And to come back to the race, really tricky. I really don't know how we finished second overall. That's why I'm not like that ecstatic. But yeah, we won in our category, so it's the most important.
I think you put in some very fast times. I think that might have been why maybe you won out there. Why are you not feeling as elated as maybe you should?
Because I didn't win everything, so I'm like this. So I'm not satisfied at 100%. I'm not going to be smiling as much as I want to.
Okay, that's fair enough. Let's bring in your other teammate, George. Georges, I'm going to bring you in. I'm going to bring you in. I'm going to bring you in. Hello, how are you doing? How are you pleased? Are you happy with that performance for your team?
Yeah, with all the difficulties we had yesterday that we had to change the whole engine, I think we did the damage limitation, so all good.
Damage limitation, but still finishing second overall. That's some high standards for the team.
Yeah, that's especially with the teamwork and all the guys that they work all night to repair the car. It's a good result, so we had to deliver, you know.
We'll go
for them. Yeah.
Yeah, they worked very hard till 3 a.m. But you'll go again in Mugello, and surely you'll be back on top.
Yeah, cross your fingers, I hope, you know, because with racing you never know. We'll try to keep the pace, keep the momentum, and we'll see where it ends up at the end of the year.
Well, still, congratulations. I know you guys, it's not the win, but it's the second place.
Thank you so much, yeah, it's okay.
Right, let's wander over this way just to see if I've got the third place drivers, which I don't think they are at the moment. Drivers have a tendency to run away. So that's it from us here at Hockenheim for the Endurance Prototype Cup. Do make sure you join us for Mugello, though. We will be back out racing in a couple of weeks' time. So do make sure you join us, and make sure you like and subscribe as well if you like what you're seeing on YouTube at the moment. But make sure you join us in Mugello in not long time.
From DB Autosport, Daniel and Quentin Basura. In second position, the number 73 ANS Motorsport pairing of Frederic Croulet and Rodolfo Rizzati. But the winners of the MPO2 Ultimate category, the 555 Kogamo Racing Trio, Sébastien Morales, Philippe Diron, and Denis Callon. Leading the race overall at one point, an astonishing drive from this bronze trio, who take the class victory for Kogamo Racing. Marvellous stuff, and for their victory we will hear the national anthem of France. Congratulations to our top three in the MPO2 Ultimates category. Absolutely wonderful competition once again. Gentlemen, enjoy the champagne as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will see you in Mugello. I've got to get those last photos in, haven't you? Thank you very much. We'll see you in Mugello in a few weeks' time. We move on to the MPO2 podium, starting with third position, Graf Racing's number 7 crew, James Winslow and John Corbett. A puncture in the first 5 minutes of the race and coming back with a class podium. That was some recovery drive from these two. But in second position, also on the overall podium, the 154 Kogamo Racing pairing, Jesse Bouhet and Johan Rousseau. But the winners in MPO2 also are overall winners for the first time this season. Number 5 CD Sport, Thomas Imburg and Jonathan Thomas. the fastest pairing out there on track despite their hefty silver class handicaps. And for their victory, we will hear the national anthem of France. A huge congratulations to our top three in MPO2. Huge congratulations to CD Sport, their first victory of the season. Well done to our top three. Sensational stuff as always. Right, we move on to the LMP3 Ultimate category. The winners from ANS Motorsport, Julien Lemoine and Clément Moreno. And for their victory, we will hear the national anthem of France. Congratulations to the ANS Motorsport team. Once again, a strong performance in LMP3 Ultimate. We move on to the final podium, the LMP3 podium. And once again, it was a very hard-fought battle between our teams. Starting off in third position in the TS course, Duqueine, Nathan Kumar, George King, and Daniel Frost. In second position from Team Virage, the number 88 crew, Raphael Norak, Jacek Zelonka, and Daniel Messier. Building on from their season opening victory, another podium finish for the 88 Ligier crew. Bidding for the title, but on the top step of the podium, the car that we thought might not even start the race and have ended up extending their championship lead, the number one Team Virage Ligier, Georgios Kolomos, Sasha Lehmann, and Axel Noss. What a day. Team Virage 1-2 in LMP3. The number one extending its championship lead. And for their victory, we will hear the national anthem of Poland. Congratulations to the top three in LMP3. A marvellous result for Team Virage. That champagne is well earned, my friends. Very well earned. Well done, guys. That's all from the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We'll see you in Mugello.